It's a national icon, an engineering masterpiece, and a war winner. For a decade, the Spitfire lit up the skies.
The British Spitfire had proved to be one of the deadliest weapons ever put in the hands of man.
Now it's more popular than ever.
They just stand for courage and victory and all those kind of things.
And at one of Britain's greatest wartime airfields, it's being brought back to life.
There I was, sitting there in amongst a 12 grand lump of wreckage, basically, but feeling quite pleased with myself that I now owned a Spitfire.
Over the course of 9 months, we'll be following this small team of engineers as they rebuild Spitfires.
It's a wobble pump.
Explore their history.
Gosh, look at that.
And give veterans another chance to fly.
Wonderful.
They'll be using many of the same plans, tools and methods as their 1940s counterparts.
I've got to warn you, there probably will be some banging, clattering
and scouring the planet for as many original components as they can find.
I want 15 grand.
But they're on a budget, they're on a deadline.
Got to do it today, otherwise we look like a bunch of idiots.
And those planes have got to fly. Welcome to the Spitfire factory. This time, at the Spitfire factory, construction begins in earnest on a very special restoration project.
This aeroplane is complete and it contains all the components that it would have left the factory with in 1943. Now, that's pretty rare, very rare, in fact.
But her engine rebuild is not entirely going to plan.
The problem is, until you have all the parts that you need to rebuild an engine, you don't have an engine.
One of the pilots is off to Southampton to explore the Spitfire's origins.
So you're telling me I'm holding the only surviving bit of the first Spitfire.
And the factory is about to get an unexpected but very welcome visitor.
It's possible that that aircraft was flown by me.
In the summer of 1940, a legend was created. As Britain's pilots and ground crew risked their lives to defend the country, one aircraft above all others came to symbolise victory. An extraordinary achievement of design and engineering, loved by both pilots and public. "80 years later, more Spitfires are flying than almost any other World War II aircraft. And those that can afford to will pay millions to own one. Which means here at the Biggin Hill Heritage Hangar, owner Peter Monk has been able to pursue his dream.
I've got a bloody Spitfire bit in my pocket. It keeps digging in my rib. I'd throw it away if it wasn't worth £1,000, so I'm going to go and file it.
20 years ago, Peter built a Spitfire in his garage at home.
All right, Jay.
Now he employs nearly 30 staff.
We're just topping up on energy before you start the next row of rivets.
Some are highly trained engineers, others young trainees learning on the job.
What are you on now?
Over the years, he's amassed a vast collection of original parts.
I've got something here which is a canopy jettison ball. It's an original part.
What Peter doesn't know about Spitfire parts isn't worth knowing, including their value.
Look, if that touches the side once, that could just destroy that.
Today's a big day for Peter and his engineering team. They're planning a big step forward for their most important build of the year. A 1943 Mark 9 Spitfire that Peter has promised to restore and get back in the air within the next 9 months. MJ755 is the last survivor of over 250 that were sold post-war to the Greek Air Force. It fought in the Greek Civil War and last flew in 1953. After decades sitting in a museum, the funds were raised to ship it back to Britain for restoration to flying condition. Peter's team has spent months stripping it down and evaluating every single component. In any restoration, he wants to use as many original parts as possible, And this one is proving a bit of a gold mine.
So this is a nice piece. This is the unrestored throttle quadrant. The engine keeps you in the air, and this is what you control it with. And the beauty of it is, it's 100% complete. There's nothing missing. These are nice original components. These are the rudder pedals. You know, this wear dates back to service during the war with the Royal Air Force. This is the ultimate part of any aircraft, given a known history, is the control column, the control stick. So the pilot's hand would be on here. The top part of the button is for firing the cannons. The lower part for the machine gun. We push the centre, and it lets everything go at once. This aeroplane is complete, and it contains all the components that it would have left the factory with in 1943. Now, that's pretty rare. Very rare, in fact.
Over the coming months, 7,000 parts will be reassembled one by one. Over a dozen engineers will be involved, including specialists, experienced restorers and trainees. This painstaking process will require thousands of hours of labour and cost about £2 million. Peter will need to send regular updates to the charitable trust in Greece that is funding the restoration.
Each month I send photographs and a description of exactly where we are, and obviously a comparison where it should be on the project plan.
Today, Peter's hoping to tick off stage 1 of that project plan. So far, the main fuselage has been assembled in a jig, rather like scaffolding on a building.
The dimensions are all within a few thousandths of an inch, which without the jig, that wouldn't be possible. So the wings wouldn't fit. There would be so many errors within the aircraft. It's very likely to still fly, but not handle as well as it was designed to do.
Now it's time to take it out.
From the start to the process of reconstructing the fuselage, it progresses very quickly. Then it gets to a stage where it starts to slow up because it's in the jig. The jig actually hinders the progress.
The design of the fuselage was one of the Spitfire's great innovations. It's a semi-monocoque built on a skeleton of 19 lightweight frames, on which a thin metal skin is tightly stretched, providing strength and rigidity, but minimising weight.
Just move this out of the jig, which is quite a significant step in any aircraft rebuild. And at this current point in time, I'm putting what we call a transit bar on, which is this structure here, which just means that you can manhandle the fuselage a bit easier. It hasn't fallen apart yet, so it can't be too bad.
We're moving the actual fuselage jig to another position, so then we can bring back the Greek Spitfire back in its position where it was in the jig, and then we can finish off all the rivets that we couldn't get to it whilst it was in the jig.
With so many aircraft in different stages of repair, moving anything around the hangar is a challenge. And you don't want to be crashing this half-ton beast.
I think we should put an engine on it so I can take it to the shops and do my shopping.
Gently does it, boys. After months of painstaking work on the frames and panels, the team is rewarded with something that's starting to look a little like an aeroplane.
It's a morale booster for the guys. They see all these little pieces that have been through the paint stripping and the bead blasting process, so it goes from the dirty stage of the job, which is right at the beginning. So now it's out, we can actually progress a lot more quickly.
Well, now it's back in position, I can carry on working on it and get to all the bits that we couldn't get to when it was in the jig.
The mood changes within the engineers that are working on it. They become more excited, and obviously for the owner as well. They can actually start to see what they're paying for.
500 temporary fasteners can now be replaced with rivets, and work can begin on the internals.
Within 2 months, we'll be almost at a stage of where we can't go any further without putting the wings on, and that will be the next big leap for the project.
There are now a little under 7,000 parts and about 70,000 rivets still to go. No problem. Peter Monk's obsession with the Spitfire began 23 years ago when he was a frustrated pilot working for an airline.
In the first instance, having a nice uniform, it was great, I enjoyed it. But it meant quite a bit of time away from home, hotels, which I like to think I'm quite an active person. And sitting around, it isn't me, that was the problem. In the end, I just didn't like it anymore and I couldn't wait to get away from it.
Peter's road to Damascus moment came when he was asked to fly a Spitfire back to Britain.
That flight across the English Channel, looking at the White Cliffs of Dover, and just thinking about the 19, 20 or 21-year-old crossing that channel, seeing those White Cliffs of Dover, praying that the engine is going to keep running, and what that stood for. I always think back to that flight when I think about Spitfires. I'll never forget it. I was in awe of that flight. I was in awe of the whole thing, that whole day. And it hadn't dawned on me at that time that this could never happen again. The only guarantee is to own one.
So, in 1996, he cleared out his garage and bought the rusting remains of a Mark 9.
Just look at this aircraft here. Can you imagine that 23 years ago, I collected it in a transit van. It was not a great deal of it. It was, what there was of it was recognisable, but just big enough to get into the back of a transit van. To the untrained eye, it probably would have looked like I was on my way to the scrapyard. But I can remember I put it on the patio at home and set it up, and well, jokingly, I put a kitchen chair in where the seat would be, and I sat in it. So there I was, sitting there in amongst a 12 grand lump of wreckage, basically, but feeling quite pleased with myself that I now owned a Spitfire.
From there, Peter's hardest challenge was not figuring out how to build his Spitfire, but finding all the parts to do it.
So this rudder came from a Dutch car service station. It was hanging on their wall. The elevator, I was given the lead that there was an elevator hanging in the office of a laundrette in the Midlands, and they'd been there for over 20 years. But I managed to buy it from them. We were able to use every last bit of it. I had a call from some aviation enthusiasts who said that there is a propeller spinner in an antique shop in Sevenoaks, which is 10 miles away. I just didn't believe it. I went along to the antique shop. Sure enough, there it was, painted bright red. It was being used as an RAF Association collection box. The only disappointing thing is when I removed all the wooden structure, there was no money in it. It took 10 years to restore it, so it first flew in December 2005.
The Spirit of Kent was Peter's first Spitfire love and will always have a special place in his heart.
There are other aircraft in this hangar that I have bought. I'll walk straight past them, but this one I wouldn't. I always look at it and have a smile and think back of how it got here, and that's always going to be the case. If somebody walked through the door with £3 million, no, not for sale.
But there was no way that this was going to be the end of the story.
So having finished this aircraft, I just felt so deflated because all of a sudden, it's almost like I didn't have a purpose anymore. Following all the leads, so many deals that have been done and trades and bartering, all of a sudden, nothing. Because the aeroplane's finished, it's sitting there, ready to go. What am I going to do now? So I started another one.
Peter now restores two-seater aircraft to operate flights for paying customers, while single-seater projects are funded by museums and private owners. This year, he and his team have no less than 4 restorations on the go, including the Greek Spitfire, which he must finish this year. Has he bitten off more than he can chew?
Covered in 7-year-old crud now. Lovely.
The Spitfire factory needs nearly 30 staff and associates to keep the business running. Pilots and ground crew operating 1,000 two-seater passenger flights a year. Office staff, historians and tour guides.
Come on, press your gun button.
And a small team of die-hard volunteers.
I've now been promoted to OC brooms and mops.
At the heart of the operation responsible for both the workshops and the customer flights is Chief Engineer Franco.
I signed all the aircraft out to fly.
Under his command, there's a team of 13 engineers.
Used to be a vet, it's all good.
It's a dream job for these guys. Some come with serious engineering qualifications. Others, like so many back in wartime, learn on the job. One such trainee has been assigned to work on the Greek Spitfire from start to finish. A latter-day Rosie the Riveter. This is Alex, Peter Monk's eldest son.
You end up with white knuckle after a good day's riveting, which is a bit like pins and needles on steroids, and your hand goes white and it's quite painful, so try and avoid that if you can. Rivet.
Many of the skills and tools required have barely changed for 80 years, including a lot of riveting.
These are snap head rivets. When you put them down, if you don't have either a decent snap or the snap level, you end up with a little ring on one side, and we call that smiley face because it looks like a smiley face. The whole point of putting a rivet down is it's got a colour, and you want to try and keep the colour of the rivet and keeping it look nice. So if you don't do that right, you get mick taken out of you when you go into the crew room because someone says, oh, he's put smileys on something, and you go, please don't.
The tools and techniques are similar, but the philosophy here is very different to 1939.
Back in wartime, when they were obviously in serious production of these fuselages and any other parts, they were rattling these out in a matter of weeks. They had all the parts on the shelf. I mean, there's so many people involved in making these. You know, you had a team just making frames, or this particular frame. They did nothing but make that frame, so there'd be stocks of them on the shelf. The actual construction of a fuselage will be very quick.
Now, trainee engineer Richard might spend a whole day making a single new part.
They're all being handmade, and it all takes time because you've got so many small individual and unique pieces. You can't really just industrial, like scale, mass produce stuff like this.
Peter demands an attention to detail that they couldn't afford 80 years ago.
That's the satisfaction of doing stuff like this. Being able to hands-on and physically actually say, OK, I made this piece by hand.
With 10 Spitfire restorations under his belt, Peter knows what he's doing. But he wouldn't say no to a time machine.
Go and visit, see how they did it. Yeah, it would be fantastic. Of course it would. Anybody would like to go and have a look, wouldn't they? And also raid their parts stores as well whilst we're at it and bring those back up to date. It might save us a lot of time.
Today, Richard and Alex are using another traditional technique to rebuild one of the Greek Spitfire's wings.
This is like the key structural member of the wing, if you like. It's got the two main spars, which we split into upper and lower spars, and then you have a sheet of metal which is in 3 pieces made of aluminium, and that is the web, if you like, and it spaces the spars apart, which we then rivet into the wing behind you here. Without this, the wing would be pretty floppy.
Spitfires are famous for their elliptical wings, which help reach speeds of over 400 miles an hour. To achieve these speeds, the wings have to be both light and strong. So, like the fuselage, a thin metal skin is mounted on a lightweight frame, which has front and rear spar sections that provide strength and rigidity.
At the moment, we're putting in the bolts through that hold the spar to the spar web. Like most things in aviation, you don't want nuts and bolts to come loose. You have to devise ways of locking them. And in this case, this is a pretty permanent way of locking it, and it's called peening. So what I'll do is I have a piece of metal with a bit of a point on the end of it and a pretty hefty hammer. And Richard's got a big old weight, and he'll hold that weight on the end of the bolt to take the impact up. And I'll smack it, and then by putting the little divots in there, stops the nut from coming undone.
It's seriously hard work, but Alex doesn't expect any special favours from from his dad.
It's not really father and son in the hangar, really, not at all. Always running around the hangar with my backside on fire. I don't have...
I actually never see you.
No, I just see this vapour trail around the hangar, and there's me at the front of it normally, but only if he's got a bag of chocolate peanuts that I'll go and pinch.
If I want to get hold of him to actually ask a question, I have to lure him in with a bag of chocolate peanuts on the top of my toolbox. Because you can't get hold of you on the phone or anything, because that's just impossible.
So, rivet by rivet, bolt by bolt, Alex is learning how to build a Spitfire the hard way.
It's quite cool because doing so many different things in the company, a chance to be a bit of a jack of all trades. This is sort of, for me and Richard, the fallback. If there's nothing else going on, we'll be working on this airplane.
But there is one major component that doesn't get restored in-house. The Greek Spitfire's Merlin engine has been sent here. Hidden away in a Gloucestershire village is one of the world's foremost aero-engine restoration facilities.
The fact is that we're doing the propulsion side and Peter's doing the airframe.
With his own team of dedicated restorers, Peter Watts is immensely proud of what he has achieved here.
This is the engine shop. This is where all the engines are overhauled, and there's various bays, and each bay is allocated its shelf for all its parts. And normally there's about 8 engines on the go at any one time.
Most of which are Merlins. During World War II, Rolls-Royce employed 22,000 people to build over 170,000 Merlin engines. Over the course of the war, the iconic V12 doubled in power to almost 2,000 horsepower. It was also used in Hurricanes, Lancaster bombers, and many other aircraft. And without the Merlin, Britain may well have lost the war. Now Peter's small business, and a few others like it, are all that remain to keep the legend alive.
We've got 4 stores like this. What we're looking at here in front of us is probably the largest collection of Rolls-Royce Merlin crankshafts in the world. And there's a whole range of cylinder skirts, cylinder heads, superchargers, wheel cases, all manner of things. A number of them all need work doing to them before they can go back into engines.
But you can never have enough parts.
Problem is, until you have all the parts that you need to rebuild an engine, you don't have an engine. And while we have lots of parts, we are certainly rapidly running out.
So Peter has built a manufacturing shop where they use original Rolls-Royce designs to make parts from scratch. The Greek Spitfire's Merlin engine is being rebuilt with a combination of new and original parts. 14,000 of them in all. And it's been particularly challenging.
You can look at what parts have arrived. What you can't do is to assess the condition of them until they've all been cleaned, measured and inspected, and therefore you know what is possible to go back into the engine and what needs to be rejected. A little bit more buggering about than the normal overhaul.
Peter estimates the rebuild will take around 2,000 hours of work in total. And the clock's ticking. The engine needs to be ready to test in just a couple of months' time. Back at the Spitfire factory, there's a problem.
Suddenly looked at the air pressure and it's right down on nearly nothing, so I thought that's obviously a leak. Didn't know where the leak was from, so better to be safe, come back here. The engineers just checked it, put the brake on, and it's leaking out the right bag.
When one of the 2-seaters is grounded, it's all hands on deck, and restorations must take a back seat. The Spitfire factory operates up to 12 2-seater flights a day to customers with deep pockets. Starting at over $2,500, it's a luxury day out that just can't go wrong. But this aircraft has a problem with its air brakes.
You've got to think as an old-fashioned car with the brake shoes rather than discs, and the air comes down this pipe and inflates a bag that's underneath these shoes, and it inflates, which pushes the shoes against the inside of the wheel, which causes the wheel to break. So it's the bag underneath these shoes. It'll be probably a tiny, like a puncture on a bicycle tyre.
Rather than spend time fixing the puncture, Joe is replacing it. A new bladder is costing Peter £1,000. But that's better than keeping the customers waiting.
They are not easy to get on.
It's on and ready to test.
Yeah, just gently.
Any telltale hissing?
Yeah, lovely.
It's good news for the next customer, who's been waiting patiently for his trip of a lifetime.
It all went to plan. Now I've just got to deal with the paperwork.
They operate 1,000 of these flights a year. It's a chance to experience the speed and manoeuvrability of the Spitfire in the same skies where the Battle of Britain was won.
Absolutely fantastic.
And once in the air, you can even take the controls.
Mitchell was a genius. It flies beautifully. Heavy-engined aircraft, but you don't have to heave it around the sky. An aircraft from that era to have so much power, it was so much in front of its time.
To find out why the Spitfire was so ahead of its time, one of the pilots, Anna Walker, is heading to the location of the original Supermarine factory, Southampton. Pride of place in the Solent Sky Museum is one of the planes that it evolved from.
Gosh, look at that.
A racing seaplane, the Supermarine S6A set a world speed record of 357 miles an hour in 1929 and won a famous pre-war air racing competition, the Schneider Trophy.
Hello, how you doing?
Thank you.
Museum expert Andy Jones knows chapter and verse of its history.
And it was that great period when technological advances were being done through competition. So you had like newspapers or wealthy people were putting up great big prizes for great monetary prizes to say the first man to cross the channel, the first person to fly around a course, and all that kind of thing.
The brains behind Britain's challenge was the legendary R.J. Mitchell. Promoted to Supermarine chief designer, aged just 24. Over the next 12 years, he saw airspeeds double. And in the spirit of racing, he was happy to combine his own ideas with the best on display from France, Italy, and the USA. The trophy took place as a series of laps round a course, so the planes had to turn quickly as well as be fast.
Over 1 million people came down to the Solent to watch the 1931 race, and they had to lay on special trains. Strange enough, even in 1931, they had to have special car parks for people to park in, because there were that number of people that came down. All the news crews were down there, the Pathé News, Movie Tone News, recording what was going on. It was everywhere. It was a big thing.
The Schneider Trophy was won 3 times in succession by the RAF. Seaplanes streaking at 340 miles an hour indicated the enormous strides taken by aviation since the last war and its likely importance in the next.
That year, the Air Ministry put out a call for a new British fighter, and Mitchell's team began work on a prototype. With its speed and agility, the S6 was the perfect starting point.
One of the facts I love about this aircraft is she looks gorgeous and she looks brilliantly, you know, sort of aerodynamic and super sexy aircraft. Yeah. But everything on it is functional.
The seaplane's speed and agility came from its low weight, smooth, streamlined shape and low-slung wings, all of which the Spitfire would eventually inherit, as well as many of the interior features.
So how does this feel to comparing it to a Spitfire?
It feels very familiar. It feels as comfortable, it feels safe. There are lots of similarities, you know, the way the cockpit is built. Feel at home.
Andy takes Anna up to the archive to meet his dad, Alan, who interviewed some of the team that worked on Mitchell's prototypes.
But those people I've spoken to that were working in a factory at the time, they did really think there was something special. Obviously, when it was in the factory, it must have looked very, very modern. The one thing you get was this incredible sense of pride right from day one that this was going to be the bee's knees.
Very little remains of the original Spitfire prototype. A model, some photographs.
I've got one picture here. This was when she did a false landing. But she then crashed again later, didn't she?
Well, she crashed at Farnborough eventually, of course, which was her demise.
So what happened to this aircraft?
There was a young man at the time at Farnborough, and he came to see me when he was very, very much older. And he said, I was the apprentice that was told to go out to that aircraft and, as an exercise with my friend, to scrap the aircraft. Because high-speed steel was very, very hard to get. What they thought they'd do, and they both did it, was to keep a pin, one of the wing pins of the aeroplane, and not just keep it as a pin, but turn it into a hammerhead. So this is the only piece of K504 that exists.
That is where Spitfire DNA starts.
That's absolutely fantastic.
So when you think then, from this, there's 20-odd thousand Spitfires come after this piece of metal.
So you're telling me I'm holding the only surviving bit of the Spitfire, the prototype?
Yes, I can say that with conviction.
Gosh, that's incredible.
K5054 was the culmination of 5 years' work, developing the elliptical wings, adding retractable undercarriage, and the latest Merlin engine. When it achieved a speed of 348 miles an hour in 1936, the first 310 Spitfires were ordered. Tragically, R.J. Mitchell died just 1 year later and didn't live to see his creation defend Britain from invasion. 80 years on, it remains Britain's most treasured aircraft. Every single original component is now extremely valuable. And Peter Monk owns a hell of a lot of them. Welcome to his secret hoard.
This is my private store, so nobody's allowed up here bar me. This is 30-odd years of collecting, and really without these parts we would not be able to restore the Spitfires that we do. Some of these parts, they're the only parts that exist.
This has to be some of the most valuable rusty metal in the world.
There's stuff here that's in boxes that have been sealed up for decades. This stuff is very valuable. Some of the least valuable things that we have here, these high gas primers used for starting the engine. You know, the cheapest version of this is approaching 300 quid now, and I probably got 30, maybe 40 of them.
In restoration, old parts trump new nearly every time.
You could make this new. It would cost a lot of money, but this is, you know, this is an original piece. This goes in the fuel tank, so as the fuel level goes down, the float moves down. It's going to cost you around 1,500 to maybe 2,000 pounds to make that. If you were to find an original one, you might pay 500 pounds for it, but then you've got to overhaul it. That would cost at least another £1,000, so the costs are very similar. I can guarantee that if I could show an owner an unopened box, such as this one that's got a component in there that we could make, they would say, no, can we please use this one, and can I have the box?
The rarer the parts, the more valuable they become.
This is my favourite collection in this store. Now, I can lift one of these up, they're very heavy. So that's a complete undercarriage leg in its entirety. Very good condition, this one. I would suggest there's £250,000 worth of undercarriage legs.
Peter's collection should keep him in parts well beyond the current Greek Spitfire project.
I think we're good for another 10 Spitfires if we really wanted to, or even more. I consider this storeroom to be priceless because I can't replace it. If I was to sell everything and put a figure on it, even if it was hundreds of thousands or even millions, then what could I do with the money? So I'd sooner have something that I get a lot of enjoyment out of and seeing other people
get enjoyment out of than live in a bloody great house. You can't fly a mansion. How boring's that? You only sleep in it, don't you? So, Spitfire, it's no comparison, really.
Down in a hangar, Peter's son Alex is fitting a few more £1,000 worth of restored parts to the Greek Spitfire.
What I'm doing now is I am bolting in the tail strut, so the tail wheel will sit about here where my chest is, and then this pivots like that.
The tail section of a Spitfire is assembled separately. Before it can be attached, the tail wheel strut and its damper must be installed. They won't be accessible when it's all bolted together.
I've been here for a while now doing this, and it's rather uncomfy, and it looks a bit intimate really, if I'm honest, but you know, it is what it is.
This is critical for us for getting it mobile. With the tail on, we can put the tail wheel assembly on, which will make the fuselage mobile because we're preparing to take it round to the paint shop.
Enter the holder uppers.
I want to attack it with a death wheel.
Wartime workshops employed hundreds of unskilled workers, mainly women, to hold bits in place for the riveters.
Come on, boys, there we go. Slid on there. Yeah.
Alex gets some burly blokes instead.
Right, drop it down at the back. Hello.
Thanks to the precision of the jig work, this should line up.
Mind your fingers.
It's hard to imagine thousands of planes being built this way during the war.
That one's pierced. That's it, go on. Yep. You're right.
Finally, it's in position. And Richard gets the job of putting in the bolts. From the inside.
You got any at the top yet? There's no other way you can bolt this up other than having someone in there putting the bolts through one at a time and bolting it together. Can you get a couple of 2BA ones up high?
Luckily, at the moment, all the wires and cabling aren't installed, but it's still very challenging, and only really sort of quite skinny people can really actually do this. That's the reason why I'm doing it.
What happens is when you get your Australian and you put him in a confined space, it tends to make him a bit unhappy. There you go, you can have my finest Allura 2BA spanner. Oh, that sounds promising. It's more or less done. Rich is just finishing up inside, and everyone else has gone back to what they were doing before. It's a step closer. It's a big segment of structure on the airplane and makes it look a lot more like an airplane.
Seeing the sort of small little details that you've had to make on it sort of finally come together, that's quite a nice personal experience.
Another piece of the Greek Spitfire jigsaw is in place, but more parts are needed. Peter needs to go shopping. Despite his vast collection of Spitfire parts, Peter Monk knows that every build requires some pieces he doesn't have. So today, he's off to visit an old mate and sparring partner who may have a fuel gauge he needs for the Greek Spitfire.
The stuff I've got here is extremely rare. This is our sort of holy of holies of store parts. This room is completely stacked out with stuff, and it's the result of 40 years of collecting aircraft spares.
Guy Black also builds new parts and has his own restoration projects, so he's not always keen to share.
Duncan? Yes? Could you just hide something for me?
Guy does not openly sell these bits and pieces. You won't find them advertised, and Guy doesn't need to sell them. He's a collector just like me and prefers to hang on to stuff.
Over there, dude?
Yeah, over there somewhere.
So the fun here is, if Guy's got a part that is useful to us, how am I going to get him to let it go?
I've sort of got the idea of what he's looking for half the time. And the great challenge is to stop him taking the last bit I have. But he has this uncanny knack of spotting things that I've hidden away.
Let battle commence.
Good afternoon. Well,
just general look around?
Yeah, well, this is the main oil filter for an early Spitfire, or indeed a Hurricane. And we've got a future project where we're going to need this. We don't actually need it for another 2 years, but I'd rather make sure we've got it in the bag, because in 2 years' time, I can guarantee it won't still be on that same shelf. This is a special place, and there's parts in here that you won't find anywhere else. There's always something that catches my eye that I know that Guy isn't going to let go. If I had my way, I'd turn up with a truck and just take it all, but that's not going to happen. Ah.
He's found the fuel gauge.
Does that look about right?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
But Peter's not stopping now, and soon he sniffs out some of his favourite parts. Undercarriage legs. Of course, Guy knows it's a component Peter will pay almost anything for.
What are you looking for, Peter?
Corrosion. But these are very good. They look very shiny inside.
I want 15 grand.
7,000.
I'll show you something else.
Time to get down to business.
You've got 2,500 on there.
Yeah.
1,500 would be better, wouldn't it?
Oh, golly. No, that hurts. No.
Go on, 1,750.
2,000. Go on.
What would you value this at, Guy?
Well, they're on our website at, is it 3.5?
No, never, surely.
Peter's must-have part for the Greek Spitfire is the fuel gauge.
Well, I valued the fuel gauge at 375 quid. Guy's valued it as 1,500.
All instruments during the war were fitted with luminous dials so they could be seen in the dark. By me demonstrating to Peter that it's still irradiated with this material confirms that it is an original item and not a replica.
The expensive bits.
So, what's the final bill? £400 for the fuel gauge and just over 15,000 for everything else.
What you're trying to do is present to someone an aircraft with the highest amount of original material possible in it, so you can say, and it's not a replica.
That's it?
It's not always about just money. It's about knowing it's going to be used properly in the right aeroplane for the right reasons. All right, Peter.
And, yeah, see you next time. Yeah, I'll start saving up.
The two friends decide to call it a draw. Back at the hangar, there's been a steady stream of visitors all day. But when a veteran stops by, they're always treated like royalty. 96-year-old World War II bomber pilot George Dunn flew Spitfires after the war. And he's heard about the Greek Spitfire restoration.
This is MJ755. It says here that in February 1947, MJ755 was taken on charge by the Greek Air Force. Well, in February 1947, I was testing Spitfires to go over to the Greek Air Force, so it's possible that that aircraft was flown by me.
Of course, it doesn't quite look how George would have remembered it.
Hello there.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Do you want a seat or anything, or are you right?
No, I'm okay. It's possible that I may have flown this aircraft. I was testing Spitfires out in Egypt at Ismailia.
Yeah.
In 47.
Okay.
And we were testing them.
Okay.
And then we would fly them about 10 at a time with a Lancaster Escort over to Athens, refuelling at Cyprus. So I'm going to check my logbook. I've got it with me to see whether this will be one of those that I originally flew. It's a bit of a needle in the haystack, but
you never know, though.
It's possible.
Oh, that'd be lovely if that was that did.
I'd probably make my day and the rest of the week and probably the year.
Yeah.
Especially to meet someone that potentially could have flown the aircraft and put them back together. It'd be lovely.
Can't believe that you're only a year off.
You and me both.
George has brought his wartime logbook to show Spitfire factory historian Robin Brooks.
That's when I got to 132 MU.
Right.
The logbook details every flight with aircraft numbers, dates and times. Could the Greek Spitfire be there?
MA 751.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's an MJ, that one over there.
Yeah.
An MK,
MJ.
MJ 624.
Close, not close enough.
Very close.
But there's more.
There's a whole page here with
Right. Okay, don't worry, there we are.
MJ.
MJ
755. We got it.
He did.
Well,
Where's Peter? Peter? Good Lord, we've got the aircraft that George flew over there. I would not have believed that. It's a chance in a million.
Word spreads fast around the hangar.
Well, a 755.
Yeah.
MJ 755.
Bloody hell.
How about that? And this boy's rebuilding it.
That's Alex's day, week and year well and truly made. And George is the new Spitfire factory hero.
Who would have believed it is in our hangar here? We have the very gentleman who flew it. Unbelievable.
if him upstairs is looking after me, I'll be
sure
back.
we will. I'll try and get it done a bit quicker for you if you want me.
Okay.
It's a tradition for veterans to sign the inside of the cockpit door. And it's extra special when George actually flew the plane.
Thank you very much. That's made my day, that has.
Mine.
24,000 Spitfires built, thousands of Spitfire pilots. What's left? Handful of Spitfire pilots left, and a handful of Spitfires. And fortunately, today we were able to bring two back together again.
I'm hoping to see it wheeled out and shake hands with the person that's going to fly it, and just look at it soaring up into the sky.
The Greek Spitfire has got a long way to go, but a few months from now, everyone is hoping that George will be here to see her fly. It's been over a year since Spitfire MJ755 arrived back in the UK from Greece to be restored to flying condition. After months of painstaking preparation, assembly of both the fuselage and the wings is well underway. But now they have just 8 months left to finish it. Today, the team is preparing the fuselage for a trip to the paint shop. Exciting times for 21-year-old trainee Alex Monk, the boss's oldest son, because this is his first major restoration project.
We're just plugging up the last holes on it and putting in the last rivets, and what will happen is we'll go over to the paint shop. And so far so good, it's actually pretty smooth. So you probably won't even see half of those rivets when you get some paint on it. So, and you can get that look, then it normally looks pretty slick because the whole airplane looks like one piece.
On the first Spitfires, designer R.J. Mitchell used a combination of flush and rounded rivets. Testing showed that using more expensive flush rivets on aerodynamic surfaces could increase speed by 22 miles an hour. Alex has personally fixed about half of the 15,000 odd rivets used so far. There's now about 65,000 or so to go. He's learning the ropes under the watchful eye of Chief Engineer Franco.
15 months work, ready now to get it painted, and the next stage we'll get it all kitted out. Wait a minute, I think they're going to drop it in a minute.
The skin of a Spitfire is not just smooth, it's also extremely thin.
This is the skin of a wing. You can see the paint on it. It's 22 gauge. There's They would have used what we call duralium, which has more copper in it. We use now aircraft-grade aluminium. If we have to replace
going up
him.
in that.
It's hilarious. Now, if you've had a misspent use, such as I, where you've been dealing with air rifles, you know full well that's going to go straight through it. Never mind a cannon shell or a machine gun bullet.
The wing of a Spitfire is its most famous feature. Elliptically shaped, tapering in thickness towards the tips. It's the key to the aircraft's aerobatic performance. But what's going on under that thin metal skin? Not many original wartime wings have survived, but they do make new ones here at the Spitfire factory. Engineers Duncan and Mark take around 6 months to build a single wing.
There was a lot of pride in all of this. An awful lot of work goes into it. And when it goes right, you can actually sit back and feel quite pleased with yourself.
At the moment, they're working on a new wing for a Spitfire being restored in Norway. The framework is complete and the skin is going on. Inside each wing, over 1,000 individual parts are riveted together to form a rigid, lightweight box, which gradually flattens towards the wingtips. In some places, the skin is just 0.6 millimeters thick, which is about 6 sheets of paper. Today's task is to make and attach just one of the 16 skin panels.
You start with the skin, you start in the centre, and you just work out. So that way you stretch the skin as you go, so you get a nice flat finish once it's all done.
Right now, they're lining it up for drilling and pinning. The rivets will come later.
If you can give us a lift up, I've got the ladder, try and position it up there. Right. It's going to have to come up slightly.
Twist it to you a little bit. That way.
That way, yeah.
Yeah.
A bit more or not?
That is about right there.
This is a bit like tailoring. You've got patterns, and we just make it out of metal, really. So we've got landing there, landing through there. Have another look. Yeah, I've got my edge distance there on there.
When the position is perfect, they can drill. And temporary pins lock it in place.
So all I'm doing is just pinning as we go.
But it wasn't always possible to build wings with so much time and care. 80 years ago, they needed to produce new Spitfires more quickly than they were being shot down.
It would have been exactly the same skills as we've got. They would have been doing it under a lot more pressure, a lot quicker. These are machines that are worth millions of pounds now, so we take our time and do it to the best we possibly can.
Many factory workers were women, without any previous training.
Women during the war, what they built and the rate they built it, phenomenal, really. On the rivet gun, like you've just heard, they probably had a more delicate touch.
OK then, Mark, you don't need me anymore, do you?
No, that's all good.
That's all held.
Yeah.
Another new wing nearly finished, but the Greek Spitfire's wings have been much more challenging. A restored wartime wing is a very different beast to a new one.
This was made 80 years ago, so, and you can tell it's been mass-produced. That's near to breaking through, and then it pitches back in again, so it's almost wavy through. Nowadays, we wouldn't do that. We would be pitched in, equus-spaced, straight lines, but not knocking it, under a lot of pressure, being bombed regularly. Back then, it was get them flying, defend the island, and that's what we done.
The boss is determined to use as much of the original wing as possible.
This particular one, it's been a number of years outside, which took its toll on the aircraft. The condition of it has become very poor.
Every panel and piece of frame has been dismantled, stripped of paint, and where possible, reused. Authenticity is priceless, and there's one section that Peter's especially excited about.
This wing has all of the components for installing the machine guns. Now, it's rare to see all of this, almost unheard of, but it's all there in its entirety. If we were to put a machine gun into this position, clamp it into place, bullets in the ammunition box, these guns would operate exactly as they would have done.
As the role of the Spitfire changed over time, the wings got chunkier so they could carry bigger and more powerful weapons. Each of the Greek Spitfire's wings was fitted with one 8-foot-long 20mm cannon and 2 Browning machine guns, which could fire at a rate of 1,150 rounds per minute, but only had enough ammo for a couple of short bursts, totaling about 15 seconds.
The cannon and the machine gun, which are fitted in this position, are fed by these rollers here through the drums, which are fitted in this position. There's the belts fitted in here for the smaller caliber gun. We go around this side of the wing. The bullets are actually stored in a box, an ammunition box, one of which goes here and one of which goes there. So here we have these are the unrestored ammunition boxes. You can see the marks there where the bullets laid in there would have run along the bottom before running round here and out through there into the machine gun. So you can see that this one's actually being used.
In a few weeks' time, this meticulously restored wing will be ready to go back on the aircraft. But first, that fuselage needs a paint job.
You steer in at the front and I'll steer the back.
Go on, Frank, get that drift on.
After World War II, the Greek Air Force bought over 200 RAF Spitfires, many of which fought in the Greek Civil War. This is the only survivor, and soon it will bear its unique Greek Air Force paint scheme once more.
We're on a taxiway right now, and because we're on a live airfield, we need to get an escort from a truck so people can see us.
They don't have to go far, because Biggin Hill has a paint shop on site, which is just as well because they're a little short on power.
That engine's only got 3 horsepower today. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, 4 horsepower. Oh, a bit's falling off.
For the paint shop team, it must make a nice change from respraying corporate jets.
The base material's really thick, so to get everything to mix together, it's just quite tough to start with.
This is the colour scheme that's going to be painted in, like it was back in 1953, the last time this aircraft flew.
Instead of having classic red, white and blue RAF roundels, they will be in Greek Air Force white and blue.
When it's finished, it should come out of here looking like that. All nicely painted. When they're painting the camo, they do sort of both colours at the same time. So the Greek Air Force gave us the paint code. Now we've had them mixed by RAS. Once that's painted, they will come over, look at the aircraft and say, yep, we're happy with it, or no, it needs to be repainted.
With the pattern mapped out, creating the soft lines between colours is a fine art.
So we just need to sort a few bits out that aren't quite right with the camouflage, but generally pretty good. Chuck sets!
It's a new day at the Spitfire factory and 2-seater flights are underway. Today, World War II veterans have been invited to the hangar for a special D-Day celebration.
We're extremely patriotic here.
It's a big day for team historian Robin Brooks.
We're expecting about 12 veterans, which is quite a good selection of guys, all of them well into their 90s. One is even 100, so he will definitely need an easy chair. We've got the Jeeps there for them to create the atmosphere of D-Day. We're hoping to fly one in the MJ772 today.
MJ772 is a newly restored Mark IX Spitfire that took part in D-Day 75 years ago. During the Normandy campaign, She was flown by a Free French squadron.
Here is an original photograph of 341, the Alsace Free French Squadron, which was taken at RAF Merston just prior to D-Day. I'm going to put this on the Jeep.
All set to go. And the first to arrive is rifleman Ken Hay.
I'm just shaking the hand of a true gentleman.
Ken fought in Normandy, where he was captured, operating behind enemy lines.
I'm the only army board here.
No, we'll have two of you here.
Good.
Which is good, so you'll have company.
They're all red jobs over here, aren't they? All blue jobs.
Mainly, yeah, Brooklyn boys.
Of course.
Hello, Alan. I'm very pleased to meet you again.
Spitfire ace Alan Scott is a veteran of the 1943 Malta campaign, with 6 confirmed kills to his name. Squadron leader Jack Lawrence was a wireless operator shot down in 1943, who famously escaped the Nazis 3 times. And George Dunn, the new local hero, since the team found out he flew their Greek Spitfire in 1947.
I think it's very important that we can gather these people together and get their stories while we can.
The Heritage Hangar, as you know, we are always pleased to have you veterans here, and today is extremely special because we do have an aircraft that actually flew over the D-Day beaches, flown by Sergeant Habib, and we are extremely pleased to have the French Air Attaché here. It's our tribute to all you gentlemen who did so much for all of us during the war, and we are very, very pleased to have you, and long may it continue. Okay, so thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Could I have the French Air Attaché in the middle, please?
Photo op completed, it's time to fly. 97-year-old Spitfire reconnaissance pilot John Musselwhite is going up in the Spitfire, while other veterans get to watch from the air. John last flew a Spitfire in 1946, and once in the air, he'll get to take the controls again. Never too old for a barrel roll.
A great experience. I've not been up in a 2-seater Spitfire before. That was something. Well, I was thrilled when Robin asked me whether I would like to go up.
Have a safe journey home and enjoy your birthday next week.
It's been a great start to the Spitfire Factory's D-Day anniversary celebrations.
They've all gone home happy, and that's what we like.
And the taxi's here.
Back at home, Peter's taking a morning off to plan his annual trip to Normandy.
Have a good day.
Yeah, will do.
Bye.
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 This is where his Spitfire empire began, 25 years ago. Since then, he's restored 10 Spitfires and accumulated thousands of spare parts, many of which are still in the garage. But wife Linda really wants somewhere to keep her car.
This is where Pete has kept all the spit bits for many years. Many dark evenings you spend him rummaging in here, looking for bits. I don't know what he does in here.
Every so often, Linda tries to have a clear out.
It looks like scrap metal to me. I mean, in the past I've been doing a tip run and found bits and bobs in the room next door, and I've loaded it into the car to take up the tip, and Pete's come home and said, "What are you doing with that?" So it comes back out the car and back into here again. I don't like mess, not mess like this. It's just part of Pete, it's just the way he is, and he's never going to change. It's just, yeah, it's just a mess.
Peter has been summoned to face the music.
Oh, do you know how much stuff you've got in here?
Well, to be honest with you, I thought I'd move most of it out, but...
It's like buried treasure. Do you know what's all in these boxes?
No. No.
What about all the stuff that you keep buying off eBay? Haven't you got the stuff here?
Probably.
Do you ever look at stuff when you get it? Or do you just put it on a shelf and then that's it?
Well, no, I mean, the part numbers on the box tells you what it is, and if it's a sealed box, I want to leave it sealed until we need it.
Look at this. What's that? But you don't even know what that is.
There you are, look, part number there, 5C449 terminal blocks. And there's 10 in there.
So you don't need any more?
Linda's not making much headway.
Not to be opened until required for use.
Okay.
Even though it was packed in 1951. To put it back,
Okay, okay.
it was quite safe where it was. But just looking at it, it's, yeah, it's,
Oh, is he wavering?
I just had a little moment there, I think, actually, it's all bloody junk. But it isn't.
So can we go in the skip
Yeah,
then?
no way is it going in the skip.
Final score? Parts sent to the skip, 0.
0 dear. A mess.
And it looks like Linda's car will be staying in the drive for quite a bit longer. Back at the hangar, the Greek Spitfire is back from the paint shop, looking sharp.
Here it is then, finally in its livery, complete with the squadron codes and all. What do you think? It looks good to me.
It looks pretty neat, actually. It's straight, there's no wrinkles in it, there's no ripples in it, really. And so as far as the Spitfire fuselage goes, I think it's come out really well.
Now, Alex can crack on with the next stage.
This is the original throttle. I haven't done anything with it yet, hence why she's looking a bit dusty. So at the moment, just been fiddling around with the throttle linkages. So it's got a link that comes out of here, which is attached to the throttle in the cockpit. And you do that to open and shut the throttle to put more air and fuel in. This one controls the propeller, that one controls the throttle, and this one does the fuel cut-off, which you just use for stopping the engine. And then this would sit right here, like that. 2 bolts that hold it in the top and a couple in the bottom.
Alex has to pass the throttle linkage through a crucial element in the fuselage. In the heart of the Spitfire, frame 5 is where the engine mount, fuselage and wings all attach. It's also a firewall between the engine and the main fuel tank. The throttle controls are just one of several systems that must be threaded through this barrier.
Here would be the engine, and then at the back of the engine is the carburettor. Just checking it all lines up and is moving smoothly. If it's all notchy, you'll feel it and it won't be very nice to fly. As you do that, pushes this forwards, which moves this here. Bit of grease in there to make sure it is all right, and just a bit of fettling. So take it on, put it off, see where it's been rubbing, see where it hasn't, and just get it moving how I want it. The fettling bits I enjoy a bit more. Yeah, this is quite therapeutic. I put a coating on it, and I can see where it's been moving, and it will rub, because that's what, there's a little guide here which it rubs on. But yeah, I can see where it's been making contact, so I'm pretty happy with how that runs. This is the original hardware off of it. So that goes through here like that. The spacer goes on here, like this. And then I push it back through, just gently, slip it back, line it in there, jiggle it around a bit until it goes in. And we'll just whack a washer on to save me paint. And then we put a nut on there like that. And then that's hooked up. When the pilot gets in there to fly it, he'll grab hold of different pieces and you'll go, I've done that, and it's nice.
Alex is now one small step closer to seeing the Greek Spitfire back in the air. It's 5 days until the 75th anniversary of the D-Day landings. Across the Channel in Normandy, a huge event has been planned to commemorate the anniversary. Peter plans to take 2 of his sons, and he's hoping one of his pilots will be able to fly out their D-Day Spitfire, MJ772.
What will be the icing on the cake is if we're able to find some agile veterans that we can fly along the beaches on the 5th and the 6th, and hopefully the 7th, before we bring the aircraft back to Biggin Hill.
55 squadrons of Spitfires took part in the Normandy invasion. With limited resistance from the Luftwaffe, the Spitfire was given a variety of roles. high-altitude reconnaissance missions to photograph enemy positions, ground attack missions against gun emplacements and enemy vehicles, and some were used as spotters for Allied warships as they targeted coastline defences. Peter will need clear flying conditions to get his Spitfire out and back. So, like the Allied generals in June 1944, he's going to be watching the weather very closely.
Like this 100% cloud cover all the way down the coast there, which isn't much help to us at all.
But Peter's not the only one preparing for D-Day. At Duxford Airfield in Cambridgeshire, a small fleet of these aircraft has been assembling. And in a couple of days' time, Spitfire factory pilot Peter Kinsey will be flying one. So he's come to check it out.
Well, it's very original. I'm not sure it's been painted since 1943. The table we're looking at here is the navigator's table. He had instruments here which duplicated some of the pilot's instruments and a light to shine on his maps there. Opposite him on the other side is the radio operator's seat.
This was one of Eisenhower's 4 machines that won the war. An iconic transport plane known in Britain as the Dakota. Developed from the Douglas DC-3 airliner, they could operate from short runways and were used to airlift supplies and troops to the front lines. On D-Day, they were famous for towing gliders and dropping paratroopers.
12 people will stand up and they will jump out one after the other. And because they had to land them in a very small area, so they were all together when they landed, they jump with about a 1 second gap, approximately, between each one, and no one can hesitate. So the jump master's job is, if anyone does hesitate, just to put his foot in the middle of their back and kick them out, because there can't be any delay at all.
On the 5th of June, these vintage aircraft will recreate the mass paratrooper drops of D-Day, weather permitting. Back at Biggin Hill, Alex is preparing his own invasion force. An original piece of paratrooper kit.
So this is an Excelsior well bike. It's a fold-up scooter type thing that was used by the paratroopers in the Second World War. This would be dropped with them on a separate parachute in a canister. Canister would open up, fold the bike out and ride off in theory. The roads have bumps in them and potholes, and this only has tiny little wheels and no suspension. Bit of a git to start, don't start very well. It's got no gears, it's got one brake. They're not brilliant. Like, as an idea, it was good. It just didn't carry it out very well.
At least we've got the banjo bolt fits now, does it?
Yeah, what I've told us left it on the other one.
So, it wasn't exactly our finest hour. But Alex is keen to take it anyway. If he can get it running. You wouldn't want to be doing this in the early hours of the morning in German-occupied Normandy. At another restoration workshop, another merry band of engineers is attempting to restore another unsung hero of the Normandy campaign, the near-forgotten Hawker Typhoon. But they've not got much to work with.
This is the largest original lump of a Typhoon extant anywhere other than the complete example in the RAF Museum in Hendon. So we've got the rear cone of the fuselage with us, which we're stripping down. The skins, the outer surface, obviously is too far gone. All round the roundel, that's completely scrapped. So what we have to establish now, by removing all the skins, is how good the structure internally is. The frames on the inside, we hope, will be mostly usable, certainly repairable in many cases. And the idea is to try and salvage every single thing that we can.
Steve is hoping to restore what's left of this plane to become the world's only flying Typhoon. And his team will do whatever it takes to save each individual part.
We can remake things like this, but that sort of defeats the object of restoration. Yeah. If we can save this, then, you know, it is what it is. This has done the business. It's flown. It's been there. Yeah.
So, going to have a go at dressing that out. So we put it in the oven and
yeah, hopefully it will go.
The oven is used to soften the metal at over 500 degrees, so that Jake can literally hammer it back into shape. Raising the money to restore the Typhoon is also a monumental task.
We're going to raise 5 million and we're going to rebuild a Typhoon to fly. I mean it, and I'm going to bloody make sure it happens.
Originally designed as an interceptor, the Typhoon couldn't compete with the latest German fighters. But it did prove a very stable low-level gun platform. Armed with rockets, it became the RAF's most lethal ground attack aircraft. A vital role as the Allies fought their way back across Western Europe. But in Britain, its memory has been eclipsed for a simple reason.
The Spitfire was in the Battle of Britain, which was in the skies overhead the UK. So people saw what it was doing firsthand. The Typhoon made its name in Normandy, and on the continent, the French, the Dutch, the Belgians, they can't get enough of the Typhoon. There are memorials everywhere, there are plaques, the streets are named after their pilots, everything. Yet over here, most people don't know what a Typhoon is.
Sam has enlisted veteran pilot Bernard Gardner to help his cause. In May 1944, Bernard was a 21-year-old pilot in 257 Squadron when he first flew a Typhoon.
It was quite daunting, really, because we suddenly had a much heavier aeroplane altogether, much more powerful, and it's quite daunting to sit in the cockpit and realise that I'm going to have to fly this thing. It absolutely leapt into the air with that 2,000 horsepower Sabre engine. At full power, the aeroplane, it really was straining at leash. These were fitted with 8 rocket rails. The rockets were underneath the wing there. They all went out with a very loud whoosh as they fired.
In Normandy, the Typhoon proved devastatingly effective.
Rommel said that the reason the Allies won at Normandy was because of the Typhoon. He said none of his troops, his armour, could move during the day in good weather. They were just effectively stopped in their tracks because of the Typhoon.
We probably approach it something like 2,000 feet, and then dive down along the trenches. The Typhoon, of course, very fast, and it gets over 500 miles an hour in dive. I can't remember ever feeling fear going into the operation at all.
In the workshop, Jake's been hammering away on that frame section for hours.
There's still a slight gap under there, so we need to basically try and pull that out a little bit further.
One false move, one stray hammer blow, and it's game over.
You can get it to a certain stage where you think, oh yeah, we're going to reuse this, and then one tap of the hammer and all of a sudden a crack appears and then you can't use it.
A day's work to rescue one part, and the price tag of $5 million to get this aircraft flying starts to make sense.
It's basically priceless to us. This will be the best memorial that you could possibly have to the crews that flew and died in the Typhoon.
After the war, Bernard and his squadron flew their Typhoons back to England, where they were scrapped and forgotten.
Very sad to see so many lovely aeroplanes just being destroyed because they'd finished their operational use and that was it. It just disappeared into obscurity. It was just forgotten about completely.
It's a unique restoration project. There will not, I'm sure, be another Typhoon restored to airworthy status. It'll be several years, admittedly, but ultimately it will be the world's only airworthy Typhoon.
I would love to come and see it actually flying and see and hear it too.
This Typhoon isn't going to make it to the 75th anniversary of D-Day, but it might just be there for the 80th.
For more than one full year, there poured into Great Britain a torrent of war implements. Tanks, guns, weapons beyond description. and men, American soldiers, at the rate of 150,000 every month.
In June 1944, thousands of trucks and trains were loaded up for D-Day. And today, Peter and his boys are loading up their truck for their trip to Normandy, including another of Eisenhower's war-winning machines.
Both these Jeeps are wartime Jeeps. It's relevant that we take them over. There'll be lots of others, so we'll mingle in with the rest. We've got the canvas top on this one, which is the one I'm driving. The one that Alex is driving hasn't, so he's going to get a wet backside.
I just like things that look good. Jeep looks better with the roof down.
Peter's youngest son, Leon, has also caught the family history bug.
This is for Alex. He said he doesn't really dress up, so gone inside, found a helmet for him to wear. This is the original one, this one. This is what the Americans would have wore.
Leon will be going the whole hog.
Got my own British Airborne uniform, so I wear that over there. Got all the kit that goes around the waist. I've got a couple of parabikes as well, the BSA folding bikes, which the British Airborne used to use. They fold them up, put them on their backs, had a pin down there, and they would jump with them.
But is this Linda's idea of a family holiday?
No, it's every day. This is a continuation of at home, pouring petrol into Jeeps. I'm staying at home and holding the fort at home with my older son Aaron while he does his exams.
It's quite a nice experience.
Boys have been going since they were down here, you know. So yeah, it's just a way of life with us. A Normandy trip.
But just how many toys can they fit on the truck?
He should be gone 10 minutes ago.
The Jeeps are cleaned and fastened.
Basically.
The bikes are loaded up. The engine's on. And it's time for the Monk family vacation to get underway. Next stop, the beaches of Normandy.
On 4 June, the weather forecast for D-Day caused grave concern. D-Day was postponed 24 hours to 6 June.
Will history repeat itself for the Biggin Hill team? It's touch and go whether Peter will have his fighter escort joining him in Normandy or not.
The aircraft is ready. We are ready to go. We just hope the weather is going to be in our favour.
In Normandy, people and machines are gathering in the streets and on the beaches. It's the biggest celebration of D-Day for 25 years. 1940s uniforms outnumber civvies. And world leaders are flying in, making it even harder for veteran aircraft to get over here.
I need to contact the pilot, Don, back at Biggin Hill, to see where we are with bringing over the Spitfire and meeting up with the Dakotas. There's weather issues and also restricted airspace issues this morning.
Peter and his sons are heading inland to one of the most important D-Day sites, Pegasus Bridge. It was here that the first attack of D-Day took place just after midnight on the 6th of June. 181 men in 6 gliders landed yards from the bridge, captured it in just 10 minutes, and held it until reinforcements arrived. Many were just a few years older than Leon is today, and they're remembered here with great reverence.
It is a pilgrimage. The majority of people here have relatives that that took part in the Normandy invasion. So you know, they continue to, they help keep the memory of all this alive, and it's very important. So we need it all to come together. We've got the vehicles, they're here. We just need the aeroplane now.
Back at Biggin Hill, MJ772 is refueled and ready for action, if the weather gods allow. At Duxford, the Dakotas are also waiting for the all clear. Over 200 paratroopers are getting ready, including 2 D-Day veterans, Harry Reid and John Hutton.
Thanks, Ed. Well, I'm now 95 and I've been talked into doing one last parachute descent. I was only 19 then, so all I wanted to do was do something exciting, you know. I came here out of a promise I made to my mates who are buried here now.
The modern paratroopers are kitted out exactly as their counterparts were in June 1944. With the weather closing in, it's now or never. And the Dakotas are go. 21 planes and 240 paratroopers take to the air. But where is their fighter escort?
Hello, Peter.
Hi, Don. What's the latest on the weather then?
The weather at the moment is it's slowly closing in. Down to the southeast, so basically from about 1 o'clock onwards. The western edge of the French coast down from Calais down past the Touquet is pretty much covered in heavy showers.
Well, unfortunately then, Don, in that case, we'll scrub it.
OK, all right then, I'll let everybody know here. I mean, it's disappointing, obviously.
Absolutely, and the airspace restrictions haven't helped either, have they? So, all right.
Scrubbed.
They're just in the big enough window to get the aeroplane over and back. Weather tomorrow is just as bad, so... and getting worse on Friday, it's going to be awful, so we scrubbed it.
That's a bucket list.
But the 75th anniversary of D-Day must go on. In the early hours of June the 6th, paratroopers landed to take control of key positions. At 5 a.m, Allied ships started pounding German coastal defences, covering the approach of the landing craft. At 6:30 a.m, H-hour, the barrage stopped, and the first Allied troops landed on 5 Normandy beaches. Spitfires and Typhoons flew overhead, defending the airspace and launching ground attacks on fortified positions. Thousands died, but the beaches were secured. Operation Overlord had begun. At 8:25 that morning, Peter's Uncle Fred, with the Suffolk Regiment, landed on Sword Beach.
In the British sector, special duty engineers hit the beach first, with the medics and infantry following.
Fred Monk's first objective was to take a gun battery in a nearby village.
In commemoration of the liberation of Colville by the British Army on the 6th of June 1944.
Peter visits the site of the attack every year.
When he comes over here, it's not just Fred he thinks about that was killed, it's all the others that came up the beach. The landing craft went down and there was no cover. And sometimes the landing craft doored and then come down and they were being shot.
The museum's closed today, but you can see from here there's a plaque on the wall, and our relative, Private Fred Monk, is actually named on that plaque. There were 10 soldiers killed here trying to take this strong point on the 6th of June.
Fred was killed here just a few hours after the landing.
I find it quite moving, to be honest with you. It's the more I look at it, every time I come back here and read this little piece about what happened. We've got a relative that's buried over here, and we know the story behind his demise, sad demise. So the Normandy pilgrimage for us means a hell of a lot more. With or without the Spitfire aircraft, we're still here anyway, and to pay homage to our relative, which is very important to us.
Late in the afternoon, the Dakotas are nearing Normandy. Thousands have gathered to watch.
I'm very surprised we haven't been able to see any yet. There's three over there, look, close-ish formation.
Yeah, there's three more.
There you go.
Yeah, oh yeah, they're close.
Yep. There's another one. Yeah, if you have a look, there's two more.
Three more to see.
In the early hours of D-Day, 815 Dakotas arrived in France. Flying low to avoid radar, some were shot down. "24,000 paratroopers dropped from the skies. Landing deep inside enemy territory, many were instantly hit by machine gun fire. The paratroopers fought throughout the night, preparing the way for the amphibious invasion. Brutal work in complete darkness. 95-year-old Harry Reid was one of them. Of nearly 12,000 Allied aircraft, 127 were shot down. On the ground, Fred Monk was one of 4,400 Allied servicemen who died that day. But the Nazis' grip on Europe had been loosened. And in the hands of the Free French Squadron, the work of Peter's D-Day Spitfire had just begun. The Biggin Hill Heritage Hangar attracts thousands of visitors each year to its spectacular collection of veteran aircraft. All restored, or at least maintained, by owner Peter Monk and his team, including a 1940 Hurricane and a Luftwaffe Me-109.
This flies slow, that flies fast. Then you think, actually, which was the better aeroplane?
Experts struggle to agree which World War II fighter was the best. But it's the iconic status of the Spitfire that keeps Peter's business rolling. And their main build for the year is about to take a huge leap forward. For the last 17 months, they've been working on a £2 million restoration of a 1943 Mark IX owned by the Greek Air Force. Now the rebuilt fuselage and wings are ready to be reunited.
It's obviously good for the customer to see the aircraft coming together, and putting big lumps on, like the wing, is obviously good visual progress and good for morale.
We need to lift the front end, put the jacks underneath the fuselage, and it's quite heavy.
Chief Engineer Franco is taking charge of what is the single biggest operation of the entire build.
That'll do for that.
Connecting a fragile half-ton wing with the freshly painted fuselage.
We're now going to go down to the back end to lift the back end up quite high to get that trestle in. It takes quite a few of us to do this because it's quite heavy. Ready? Go.
If they can get the fuselage at exactly the right height and angle,
I think it's just the floor.
the wing should just slot into place.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Oh,
whoa.
go back down.
Go back down, go back down. Bolt's falling out. And off we go. Up we go again. Pins in. That one is, that one isn't.
Meanwhile, Gary is making final checks on the wing.
Anything that isn't secure is either going to fall out of place or fall on the floor or get caught in fingers, so just make sure everything that is there is secure.
Unusually for a Spitfire restoration, this is the original wing, with only a few newly built parts. It's taken 10 months to restore. A Mark 9 Spitfire can perform 5 G-turns at 400 miles an hour. But under the skin, just 8 bolts hold the wings on. 7 at the front, onto frame 5 of the fuselage, and 1 more bolt at the back, attaching to frame 10. And on this restoration, even some of the bolts will be originals.
Peter came across a box of these rear spar bolts, and you can see they're not being used because it hasn't got any drilling of split pinning, and they were covered all in wax oil. So, you know, that's a ministry-made old bolt. Just making sure it's a nice fit in the hole on the wing, and then it's also a very nice fit on the fuselage. Right, shall we get this wing on? So what we're going to do is we're going to lift it up, get rid of the stand, flip it over, slide it in. Already at the back? Actually roll it on this trestle and leave it on it.
The moment of truth. After months of work,
Ready? In.
will it actually fit?
In a bit more. Wiggle it. That's it. Whoa. Whoa. Back up.
Apparently not.
Do you want to get the jack under? So it's got some... Down a little bit more. Go up. Hold it there.
Everyone in the hangar has stopped what they are doing to lend a hand. Even Peter. But it's just not lining up.
Whoa. Wiggle it out. Yeah, we're coming out. Take the jacket out.
A tiny sliver of the skin is snagging.
We're just going to slide the wing back out so we can just trim the skin so we can get the wing all the way on. It's not quite, it's just a fraction.
Wiggle.
Yes, it's coming.
Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. It moves when you take the bow out. Bit more, bit more, bit more. Hold it there.
Steady, Franco. Thought this was precision engineering.
Good. Yep.
It's in. One perfectly aligned wing.
I've taken some good photos, so I'll send those off to the owner and they should be happy.
Bring on the next stage.
It's a big step forward, but there's thousands of parts and thousands of hours' work still to go. And this Spitfire needs to be flying in just 4 months' time. Peter's collection of original spare parts is vital to his restoration business. And sometimes he has to go to extraordinary lengths to beat the competition. Today's arrival is an entire container of parts that he's bought from Australia, with very little idea of what he's actually getting.
This is not the first time that I've had a container load of stuff that I've never seen and paid a lot of money for, but I had to do it.
It's a $100,000 lucky dip.
It's nearly always paid. I nearly said always there. That's not quite the case. We've had 1 or 2 disappointments along the way, but it's been a net gain, so it's always been worth it. Hello, what's that then? Ah, it's an instrument panel, is it? I don't know. There's some useful bits in there, I can see. There's a booster coil used to start the engine. Like the kid in the sweet shop when you open the back of a truck up that's full of Spitfire stuff. Brake valves which operate the brake system. That's the control column. I wasn't expecting to see that there. That would be worth a couple of £1,000 all day long.
A Spitfire contains about 7,000 individual components, and Peter collects all of them.
It's a flap selector, which is very rare, and it's collectible to the mantelpiece collector, if you like. Who would like to collect that just to put it indoors? Well, it's worth at least a couple of £1,000. You could make one cheaper if it, but that's not what we're about, so we need to collect all this original stuff.
Don't drop it.
Don't fill your pockets up, Richard. I'll be checking them before you leave tonight.
Now he's struck gold. This is Peter's most valued part of all.
Undercarriage legs are the main issue, really, for any restorer. Propellers we've got round, that's been an issue in the past. Now it's undercarriage legs, so I want to make sure that we're secure with what we've got. There are very few spare in the world. The guy that's collected these has been collecting for 30 years or more.
These parts come from over 600 Spitfires that were sent to Australia during the war.
The Japanese were causing a bit of a nuisance in the in northern Australia, and the Mark Vs especially were defending the country.
That bit of nuisance began with Australia's version of Pearl Harbor, a devastating surprise attack on Darwin on the 19th of February 1942. It was the start of a concerted 18-month bombing campaign. But Australia's outdated fighters were no match for Japanese Zeros. So, in June 1942, 3 Spitfire squadrons were dispatched from England and began the fight back in August that year.
A BTH Magneto.
Containers full of Spitfire parts don't come on the market very often. And Peter's gamble to snap it up looks like it has seriously paid off.
Got it, Richard? We go over here and I'll stand it up next to the wing. Overall, I'm very pleased with what we've got.
But he's now got days of work to sort it all out. Although most will never be used in restorations, prized among Peter's exhibits are the remains of crashed aircraft. Tour customers can't get enough of the stories surrounding those crashes.
Now, this engine here, you can see it's slightly what we call shop soiled. The engine went 25 feet into the soil when it came down in 1942. The engine weighs 3/4 of a ton. So you can imagine when they came down, it was like a bomb going off. There's hundreds of them still out there.
In the UK, most crash sites date back to 1940, when over 600 Spitfires and Hurricanes were shot down in the Battle of Britain. Since the 1960s, a few small groups of die-hard enthusiasts have been digging them back up. And today this lot are looking for one of the very last planes still in the ground. At a secret location in Kent, a local farmer has given permission for an excavation. Dig organiser Gareth Jones, an archaeologist from South Wales, is hoping to find a 1940s Hurricane.
Battle of Britain digs, they don't happen that often these days, if I'm honest. Most of them are being dug up. And this is one of literally only a handful that's in accessible conditions in a farmer's field. So we're very lucky to obtain their permission.
He's joined by veteran digger Steve Vizard, who has unearthed over 100 Spitfires and Hurricanes in the last 40 years.
This is actually a site that I came to, must be very early 80s, and so it's good that today's generation of researchers and fixers, is going around still investigating the ones that were never thoroughly examined all those years ago.
Historian Biggin Hill has a strong hunch exactly whose plane crashed here.
I was looking into crashes, and one of them was this aircraft, and I wrote to the pilot, who was still around at that time, and he sent me a reply, which surprised me because it was very generous of him, detailing exactly what had happened to it.
That pilot was Desmond Fopp. On the 10th of September 1940, Fopp was cornered by 3 Messerschmitt 110s, hit from below and bailed out at 17,000 feet.
He landed in a tree with his toes just touching the ground, and his uniform was still smouldering. And a farm worker came up to him who thought he was a German at first and gave him a couple of prods with a pitchfork before Fop managed to convince him with a set of fruity language that he was actually British. He was then taken to hospital where he began weeks of intensive care and rehabilitation before rejoining his squadron later in the war.
Before they dig, a powerful metal detector is used to map out the site.
This will actually pinpoint the epicentre of the crash. This will pick up metallic objects only, such as the engine, undercarriage legs, all the steel parts. From the signals, there's obviously a substantial piece of steel there.
You might expect archaeologists to arrive with trowels and brushes. But for these guys, this is the tool of choice. They've been given just 1 day to access the site, and they want to retrieve as much as possible. Top prizes would be parts of the cockpit, the engine, and the registration plate that could prove that this was indeed Fop's Hurricane. As the digger makes light work of the topsoil, Steve's daughter Vicky is on the lookout for telltale signs that they'll need a more gentle approach.
And we are just keeping an eye out for what we call crystals, which is corroded bits of aluminium. There'll be bright blue-white crystals, and that will tell us where the main part of the airplane is.
Just a few feet down, parts begin to emerge.
Just a typical piece of Hurricane structure with all the struts going into a joint there, and then there's the stainless steel bracing strut down there, which is sort of typical of the Hurricane construction, very different to the Spitfire.
They're not looking for metal skin, because unlike the Spitfire, the Hurricane was mainly fabric covered, based on the earlier biplanes it evolved from.
This is the rudder bar and rudder pedals that the pilot had his feet on. So that's the bottom of the pilot's control column. So we're in the cockpit.
The deeper it gets, the more excited they become. Being a Spitfire restorer means turning your hand to all sorts of different tasks. Today, Gary's doing the plumbing.
I've been given the task of installing all the hydraulic pipework. Right, so these are the... I've pre-cut these lengths roughly to where they're going to be. We shouldn't have too much wastage, hopefully. Comes in a coil, so it's not particularly straight, so we've got a great little tool. Takes all the bends and creases out the tube, so it gives you a nice straight bit to play with.
Next, Gary has to prepare one end of each pipe so he can attach them.
Very accustomed to this type of work, quite comfortable with it, really.
The hydraulics in a Spitfire have one simple role: retracting the undercarriage, which is crucial to the aircraft's aerodynamic performance and speed. A pump powered by the engine feeds high-pressure oil through the fuselage to the controls and to the undercarriage.
So these are the original hydraulic pipes off the undercarriage. They are extremely pitted. The outside wall of that is starting to corrode very slightly, as we all would do after 80-odd years.
Gary wants to use as many original parts as possible, but not these.
A lot of the stuff we are reusing, the skins and the instruments are great, but when it comes down to the hydraulic pipework, because the pressures it's operating under, and obviously it's operating the undercarriage, the wheels, it can't be compromised with. So if there's any signs of failures, corrosion, then it's a straight replacement, no questions. Right, so I shall get myself back in my rabbit hole.
Not so easy for a man of Gary's stature. So he's had to give the Spitfire an extra leg.
Well, if it wasn't for the hole in the floor, I would be probably laying down or kneeling on some of these frames, which the hours you're putting into the pipework is just so uncomfortable. So here you've got your undercarriage selector and all this pipework here, which continues right up through to the undercarriage rams. I can't allow the pipes to be touching each other. Obviously, there's going to be vibration, If there's any chafing, eventually there's going to be a wear, or they're going to wear on each other, obviously, chafe marks. You'll end up with fractures, and then you've got hydraulic leaks, and then you've got failures.
It's fiddly work in a very tight space. And Gary's not about to be let out anytime soon.
At least a week, 10 days, sat in this little hole, making sure it's all perfect.
In the Battle of Britain, about 2,500 fighter aircraft and nearly 3,000 pilots defended the country against waves of German bombers and their escorts.
We shall defend our island, whatever the cost.
The Spitfire is the best remembered, but they were outnumbered 2 to 1 by Hurricanes. Both had their own strengths, and both played their part. Spitfire factory historian Robin Brooks is a big fan of the Hawker Hurricane.
Well, this is a Hurricane. In the UK, there are only about 7 or 8 Hurricanes flying. It is a tribute to Hawkers that these are still flying. I think the Hurricane is a lovely aircraft.
Developed at the same time as the Spitfire, it was bigger, heavier, and a bit slower, but a steadier gun platform.
Mainly that the Hurricane hit the German bomber stream. That was the idea, whilst the Spitfires looked after the escorting fighters.
99-year-old Archie McKinnis, one of the last surviving members of Churchill's few, swears by the Hurricane.
All the time that I was in the RAF, yes, I flew a number of other aircraft, but the Hurricane is the thread that goes right the way through. You had the whole feeling of flight. There you had an aircraft that was responsive to what you asked of it. You make the movements and the aircraft reacts to it. So it is part of you. All of it coalesces into a love of the aircraft itself.
I can see why Archie loved it. It was the Hurricane, really, that carried the Battle of Britain. It could take more punishment than the Spitfire could, because from here up to the tailplane is all fabric. Now, that meant it could take severe punishment because the bullets would just go straight through the fabric. It would land, they'd just slap a patch on it, and up she'd go again.
It was solid, stable, and did anything that you asked of it.
Aged at just 21, Archie flew his first sortie on the 9th of October 1940.
Oh, look at them. We were all so young. Combat is a funny thing because you're up against another aircraft. You can't see the pilot. You certainly don't know him. So it's just an aircraft that's got to be shot down. And if you can, that's what you do. There was an element of fear, scared of what might happen. That scared, more scared in the sense of not doing the right thing. That there was nothing personal in it. You were up each day, sitting in the hut. You flew, went back, came up the next day. It was just a job. The Spitfire was another aircraft. I had a Hurricane. I never thought about whether they were better than mine. It didn't enter into it.
With his 100th birthday coming up, Archie has been invited to the Spitfire factory to fly in a 2-seater Spitfire.
I understand that I'm going to be taken in a 2-seater Spitfire, but I'm over 6 foot, and the cockpit, to say the least of it, is cramped.
Down at the Hurricane dig, there's a welcome pong in the air.
You can actually smell the petrol from 80 years in the ground. It's quite strong now.
They're now deep inside the aircraft, and the treasures abound.
This is the bottom of the gun sight, and if you hold that up to the sun, you can still see across the graticle, the gun sight itself. Look. The last time Fop looked in here, he was shooting at Messerschmitt 110s.
This is the spade grip off the top of the control column, the piece that the pilot would actually hold. And that's the gun button.
But they still need proof that this really is Fop's Hurricane. They need the data plate, if the Earth will give it up. Time for some precision digger work.
Whoa, where are you going?
It's still on that.
Yeah, it's on that, isn't it? This is historically significant. This is the main aircraft data plate, and this is where hawkers actually put the aircraft construction plate, and on here, when we can get it cleaned up, if we can get it cleaned up in the field, will be the aircraft serial number, which was P3673. So on here will be confirmation that this is Fop's aeroplane. The trouble is, it's got very hot and it's in not very good condition. But I don't want to be responsible for breaking it in any way, shape or form. We'll have to take this home and it will have to be cleaned up in a sort of more controlled environment so that we can actually expose the number and conserve it.
A minor setback, soon forgotten as a battered 1940 Merlin engine is released from the soil.
So here we actually have the Hurricane engine, and you can actually see along here we have part of the Rolls-Royce badge on there, which is great.
When the engine has been cleaned, it will become a piece of forensic evidence, helping the team reconstruct the last few minutes of this aircraft's life.
We found probably 75% of the cockpit components, which is always nice to have, but it can all be put on display so that people on the 3rd of September 2020 can actually see what happened here on the 3rd of September in 1940, telling the pilot's story, that the history of that day, you know, what could be more fitting? It'd be fantastic.
It's been a hugely successful dig. But back at the Spitfire factory, Robin's had some bad news. Archie has been taken ill and can't come for his two-seater flight.
Would you like to sign Archie's card for me?
I'd love to.
All right. Here's the card, which says, "Happy birthday, Archie." After all, it is his 100th birthday. So we are now going to go around the hangar and get all the signatures we can, and then it will be sent to Archie in the hope that it brightens his day.
Age brings too many problems. I don't recommend it.
Can I ask you to sign it for me?
Absolutely. In your own head, I'm not 100. I still feel mentally back there somewhere.
Lovely, thanks, Paul, very much indeed. Yep, lovely. Right, anything you want on there.
Archie came through the Battle of Britain unscathed, but on the 30th of October 1941, his luck ran out.
After the Battle of Britain, the squadron moved over to North Africa, and Archie was in a ferocious dogfight.
A 109 was coming in on my left. I never saw any other, but I turned in on him, hard left, climbing. He overshot, and I had him over on my right-hand shoulder and turned hard over to him, and it was just behind him when his number 2 opened up on me. I could feel the armor plate taking hold, and I was hit in the back. There was more in the cockpit. At that point, I knew that I was going to die. And with acceptance of that, it was as though everything was lifted and I was free. And then I blacked out. There's a little bright light in front of me. As it expanded, I could see a hand was undoing the straps, and as it expanded out, I saw that it was my hand that was doing it. And eventually got my helmet off, and then I stood up, and I was flat on the ground. And the aircraft it had broken in front and it had broken behind.
Archie lost an arm in the crash, but he has little doubt why he didn't lose more than that.
Spit would have broken up, almost certainly. I don't think I would have survived that. The Hurricane, although broken, particularly the part that I was in, was still in one piece. So in that respect, I have to say, I think it saved my life.
While Archie was grounded, he helped design his own prosthetic. And in 1943, he returned to the skies and kept on flying until the end of the war.
I've said it only once before. I reckon I died there. Now I'm waiting to go the second time.
At the factory, Alex has been picking through the shipment of Australian Spitfire parts.
So this funky little thing is a very British piece of equipment, and it's a wobble pump. So if I do this, that is the best noise you could hear from one of these. And it sounds like a pig, I know. But what it is it's got a diaphragm in there and it pumps fuel through. And it's a hand fuel pump. The one on the Greek aircraft, unfortunately, is damaged beyond repair. There's no repair in it. It's corroded really heavily inside. So between the remote contactor, so the big black bracket at the back, and the Morse code tapper, the small round black object in front, there's a bracket. So it goes right here, because this has been an earlier Spitfire, doesn't have an electronic fuel pump like most do. It's a nice piece. Perfect for this old girl.
In Wales, Gareth Jones has been busy cleaning up his haul of parts from the Hurricane dig.
I'm trying to dig some of the clay that's obviously burnt in, because obviously this engine would have been baking hot when it went in the ground, so it can almost turn through like a brick.
A piece of the conrod, which would have had the piston at one end and the crankshaft at the other, well, 0.5 centimetre solid steel, forged steel, and it's just snapped. The forces involved are incredible.
Gareth's being helped by Battle of Britain expert Ian Hodgkiss. And the cleaned up parts are giving up their secrets.
We had a little wash up. This is the main Hawker
Aircraft Limited.
So the Hawker aircraft. There's the serial number, the drawing number. You can just see in there P3673. So that actually confirms it is Desmond Fopp's Hurricane. It was actually manufactured the 24th of April 1940. That actually confirms this Hurricane for us. This is a very unique find. This is the pilot's oxygen connector. You can actually see Fopp engraved on it. Oh, there you go.
Good grief.
Fopp there. Very pleased with what we found. We've got the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, we've got the propeller hub, pilot's control column, we've got the main plate that identifies the plane. So in terms of a dig, you've pretty much got all you could ever expect to find, really.
Yeah, you go home smelling of oil. It's 80-year-old oil.
Being a Hurricane, none of these parts are likely ever to fly again. But Spitfires are another story. At Biggin Hill, Peter Monk has adorned one of his factory walls with the wrecked remains of a Battle of Britain Spitfire, which, as crazy as it may sound, might well fly again.
What we're looking at here are the remains of a Mark I Spitfire carrying the serial number P9372. This was actually shot down during the Battle of Britain on the 9th of September 1940. It took off out of Biggin Hill and was involved in a skirmish over the English Channel. The pilot successfully bailed out and landed with just minor injuries, and the aircraft found its way down into the area of Rye and crashed into fairly soft soil down there. 80 years will have passed, but the aircraft has survived. Doesn't matter which way you look at it, here it is.
We're going to put P9372 back in the air.
While none of the structural elements can be used, many of these parts can be included.
Here we have the gun sight dimmer screen mount. If there were the aircraft flying tracers or flying in dusk or otherwise, to stop the flashing, there was a tinted glass that could be pulled up in front of the gun sight, and it was held by this bracket here. So it's something that would have been handled by the pilot at the time, and we will use it.
The parts Peter plans to use embody the history of this plane, sometimes in extraordinary ways.
Here we have the tail wheel of the aircraft. The tyre is in remarkably good condition. The inner tube is still inflated, so I'm not actually squeezing air from 1940. So there we go. And we're going to leave it in there. We're not going to extract the air and reuse it. It's going to stay in there. So we've a long way to go. We've started the process of collecting parts for it, all period 1940 parts. We're saying that we should be able to do it in about 2.5 years. It's an important project for us. It's the only surviving aircraft that took off from Biggin Hill in the Battle of Britain. If there's a way that we can put one of these back in the air, in this area, in the county of Kent, where this all happened, then that's very important.
On the 31st of July 2019, Archie McKinnis celebrated his 100th birthday with his friends and family. A few hours later, he passed away, peacefully.
Yeah, we're all here to commemorate and remember Archie McKinnis, so it's a tribute and memorial to him and his incredible life. Well, growing up, he was one of my heroes as one of the brave fighter pilots who flew in the Battle of Britain, and I was privileged enough to get to know him in the last few years and be able to call him a friend as well, so not many people get to meet their heroes, and he was one of those that I did.
I think it's an understatement for a chap who was generally quite a quiet guy, very humble, quite modest, and a lovely guy to have as an uncle.
He was one of Churchill's few, and we're here today both from the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, which obviously commemorates that, and George and myself from 601 Squadron.
At the time Archie died, there were just 5 other Battle of Britain pilots left.
They were an amazing bunch of people, and where would we be without them today?
As a final tribute, the aircraft that Archie knew and loved so well is here to send him off. A Mark I Hurricane. For many, the Hurricane is the forgotten hero of the Battle of Britain. Archie was one of almost 3,000 pilots in Spitfires and Hurricanes that defended our shores. At the Spitfire factory, Alex is starting work on the job he's been looking forward to from the start, assembling the Greek Spitfire's instrument panel.
There's quite a few different gauges in the Spitfire, all telling you various bits of information that are all important to the role that you're doing. And so the one I've got here is a voltmeter. It literally just tells you how much voltage is in the aircraft's battery. The wire on the positive, the wire on the negative. Oh, wow, it's about 24 volts. But despite being sat in a packet for 75 plus years, it still works. But I've got an original fuel tank gauge, and so that'll go in the instrument panel, as well as a couple of other bits and pieces here as well, like an RPM gauge.
Inside the cockpit of a Spitfire, there are over 50 different gauges and switches, all needing their own connections to the aircraft's electrical, hydraulic and pneumatic systems. Installing them all is a very delicate process.
I want to be careful not to kick and scratch everything. First we've got the RPM gauge will sit up here, and I've got to make some spaces so it sits at the right level, but it should be flush with the front of the gauge, the front of the panel like that. That's quite an important gauge, so it sits quite high up in the pilot's face. In here is another panel that's on spring mounts, so that the instruments in there are very fragile, they don't get damaged. So RPM gauge there, and then below there goes the boost gauge, like that, which will sit about there. But just make sure I haven't put it upside down. So there'll be the starter here and the booster here. And they used to talk about starting a Spitfire, you used to do the V for victory, because you need 2 fingers, so you go like that, hit the booster and the starter, and then release the booster and hold it on the starter, and then the engine coughs, and then, yeah, into life she goes. There'll definitely be a good couple of days' work involved in it. You don't want to rush it, because it's like I say, it's the first thing you really focus on when you get in an aircraft, and it's something that you spend a lot of time looking at when you're flying them. So you want to make sure it's right.
There's one man who'll have a special interest in Alex's work. The last British pilot to fly this Spitfire when it was delivered to Greece in 1947.
Ah, beginning to look more like an aircraft now.
96-year-old George Dunn.
I can't believe they got so far ahead with it.
A few weeks after they discovered his connection to the aircraft, he's paying a visit to check on progress. It's Ground Crew Chief Ray's job to make sure he has a very special day.
Outstanding guy, so I'm really, really happy he's here, he's fit and well, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll be getting him up flying today. So, do you want to go and have a look?
Yeah, we'll have a look up, we'll have one up. Yeah.
I'm loving that wing. This is the universal wing, wasn't it? Yeah. Universal wing, we'll have the cannon ports and the machine gun ports as well.
I just can't believe that he's got on with it so well.
I know, it's going all right, isn't it?
When it came over, did it virtually have everything? Were there any parts that, you know...
Yeah, there's some, but when you look at all the tail that's gone on, all the ailerons, all the fuel tank covers, all the cowlings, all the rads covers, they're all original.
What about the small stuff?
So a lot of the stuff on the shelf is the small stuff.
Yeah.
Even the mirror's gone on, look.
Yeah.
Rear view mirror's gone on.
Yeah.
I think, to be honest with you, George, I don't think it's going to fly again, mate, because there ain't no room to put a second wing on.
No, well, we're going to knock that wall down. Absolutely marvellous.
Round here, George.
Yeah.
Inspection complete. George has taken up an invitation to go flying.
Right, well, this is what you've got to do with a Spitfire, George. So, Pete Kenzie is your pilot, all right? He'll sit down and have a chat with you before you go up, all right? Let you know what you've got to do and what you can't do. So, you can't do a takeoff and landings, and you can't go upside down. All right, he'll do that bit, and you can do the rest. All right, you think I'm joking? I'm not joking. You get your hand on the stick and fly it. Yeah. It's just ridiculous that 75 years later someone's telling him how to get out of a Spitfire in an emergency. Just don't seem quite right, really.
George.
Hello.
Very nice to meet you.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, we're going to go and have some fun in the Spitfire.
Yeah.
Yes. For us, flying these airplanes is a fun thing to do. That's why we fly them. It's almost a sport. But for people like George, it was anything but that. He went off on missions he knew he might not come back. His friends and colleagues might not come back. It's a completely different thing. And it just makes you realise how lucky we are not to be involved in something like that.
Yeah, all yours. When's the last time you did this, George?
73 years ago.
Unreal, isn't it? You all right?
Yeah.
73 years ago, you sure? Jesus. You okay?
Yeah.
Of course you're okay. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. George, you have a good time. All right?
Thank you, mate.
All right?
Thanks for your help.
Really enjoy it, all right?
George, can you hear me okay? Yeah, fine. Can you hear me?
looking at everything that was going on in front of him. He wasn't looking around us or anything else. He was looking at what was going on, what the gauges were doing. You know, he was back there, wasn't he? Instinct, I should think. Just instinct.
"73 years later, George Dunn is back up in a Spitfire. And at 2,000 feet, he's offered the controls.
I asked George if he'd like to fly it, and he took the controls, and within a second you could tell you were sitting with another pilot, because he instantly went back to flying exactly the same way as I'm sure he did 70 years ago.
It's a bit like riding a bicycle. You never really forget the basics of flying. All came back. Yeah, never thought I'd experience it again. But there you are. Yeah, very grateful to those that made it possible. It's a bit warm in there, Ray.
Any good, George?
Right.
I wanted you to keep your helmet on. What do you think about that?
Wonderful. Wonderful. The flight was a bit too short. I could have done with a bit more practice up there. Today really brought it all back. And when I got that stick in my hand, really felt great.
If you want to take that away with you, George, that's for you.
That's for me, is it?
Of course it is, yeah.
Oh, that's great. It's a day I shall remember forever.
Hope so.
It's been marvellous.
There's 10 days to go until the Biggin Hill Air Show. But before preparations can begin, Peter Monk's engineers have their work cut out on the most important build of the year.
On Monday, I managed to get a slot in at the paint facility on the airfield where they can take this aircraft in and paint the wings. They're always very busy, and it's difficult to get things done to fit our schedule.
But the wings aren't ready, so Peter's got all hands on deck.
That will cost us severely in time, so we've got to get it in the paint shop for Monday.
Their Greek Spitfire is a 1943 Mark IX that fought in the Greek Civil War. After 19 months' work, the main fuselage has been completed and painted, and the wings have been attached, but they're having problems finishing them off. For most restorations, new wings are built from scratch, about a 6-month job. On this aircraft, the wings are in good enough shape to restore, but that's much harder, and they've been at it for over 10 months. The boss's son, Alex, has been repairing one of the ammunition boxes.
In here would be the 303 ammunition boxes and the Browning machine guns that would have been fitted outboard, and this is the access door. The door itself's original. We had to put a new hinge on it, which is what making this bit here, but all the rest of it, all around it's all original, so quite cool.
Another part of the wings is proving a whole lot trickier. Notice something missing?
This particular Spitfire has clipped wingtips, so from it just fares off this opening at the end of the wing. Now, the original ones are beyond use. We've got to either fabricate some more or source some others.
As the role of the Spitfire changed during the war, the perfection of the elliptical wing was sacrificed for improved performance. Even on existing aircraft, the wingtips could easily be removed and replaced with much smaller squared-off tips, reducing wingspan by 4 feet. It was found these clipped wings had great advantages at low altitude. They improved stability, speed, acceleration, and roll rate, all of which made the Spitfire better equipped for a new ground attack role. But Peter doesn't have any usable Mark 9 clipped wingtips.
Now, I've managed to find a pair that we fitted to a Spitfire a number of years ago. Now, the owner of that particular Spitfire wants to return it to the original full wingtip, which he's already done. So that's made the old wingtips that we need available. If they do fit, it's going to save us at least a week's work.
Alex is dispatched to pick them up.
I only thought about it this morning. He was happy as a pig in shit when I told him we might have a use for them. He said, "How much are they worth?" And I said, "Well," I said, "you know, thousands." He said, "Really?" I said, "Well, dig the invoice out. You can see what we charge you to make them." And I offered him a profit on what we paid, because they are so valuable to us right now. But I'm just fingers crossed that they fit.
Peter's wingtip hunt buys the team some extra time to finish the panelling.
This is the original panel. What we've got, we can see all the original markings from manufacturer. Just these little stamp marks on each piece is individually stamped. Unfortunately, just a row of the holes is literally half a hole out on the structure of the wing, so we've had to make new to make it fit.
1 hour later.
Ah, well done. That's what we've been waiting for. Thanks very much, and we'll see whether they fit. Come on.
For Peter, it's like the return of a pair of old friends.
Now I know, because that's green, that's this side. Right, moment of truth then.
If they fit, Peter and the team can still make their paint shop slot.
That goes there, I would think.
There.
I would say that we've got every chance. You've got your strip there, yeah. That lines up, there's the join. Perfect. Yeah, I'm dead chuffed with that, I tell you.
It's good and bad news for the team. Now they can be ready for the paint shop on Monday. But only if everyone works through the weekend.
You know you like working weekends, Jake.
Yes, on the record. Back Sunday, so.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I'll be in Sunday.
A weekend getting paid to build a Spitfire? How bad could that be? Meanwhile, factory tour guide Austin is getting in the mood for the upcoming air show.
Our Battle of Britain Spitfires were firing that. Our friend here was firing something like this. So they say size doesn't matter. Well, it does in this case. Look at that. On our Battle of Britain Spitfire, which is actually outside, 1,200 rounds per minute. But the problem is you can only carry so many rounds in that very thin profile wing. I'm trying to convey in my tours is, you know, what the men did, how they fought, how young they were, what kind of stresses they're going through, how they used to enjoy themselves, and to convey how important these guys were in the defence of the UK. If 4 or 5 of them hit you, it's devastating. It will probably bring the aircraft down. It will leave a hole like that. That gives you an idea what we're up against.
Since moving here 19 years ago, Austin's become a bit of an expert on Biggin Hill's wartime history. And according to him, there's no better place to study than at the local pubs.
So I'm standing in Brastead Village, just a few miles away from Biggin Hill, and just over there is the famous White Hart pub. This pub was one of the favourite drinking holes of the pilots in the war. I understand it was a very good pint of beer in there. Kathy Preston, the landlady, kept a good pint.
Inside, the pub oozes wartime history. The walls are lined with photographs and mementos.
At the top here, Johnny Johnson, our #1 fighter pilot. Here you have Neville Duke, also an extremely good fighter pilot, but also a test pilot. So the Speed King, as we called him.
A blackboard display includes dozens of pilot signatures.
That's incredible. So you probably have got the cream of the crop here. George Burling, Colin Gray, Bob Tuck's name here, one of my personal heroes.
Bob Tuck was a veteran of Dunkirk and the Battle of Britain.
There's actual Bob Tuck sitting in a Hurricane, and you can see, I think he's got 21 kills here underneath the Hurricane cockpit there. Ended up on nearly 30 confirmed kills, and number 6 highest scoring pilot. Brilliant pilot. I mean, you've only got to look at him. It's the archetypal pilot, you know, the cheeky grin, the Errol Flynn moustache.
What would you like to drink?
Cider, please.
Austin also loves to share his knowledge with the locals.
So, you working behind the bar here, do you know anything about this pub or the history of the pub?
I don't know much.
We had a pilot up there called Robert Stanford Tuck. What happened was he'd been on morning patrol in his Spitfire. He landed the aircraft and he was absolutely bursting for a drink. So what he did is, him and his friend, they got on motorbikes, which were full of aircraft fuel. So when he got into the pub, he said, "Kathy, pour me a pint of bitter," and I think you've got bitter here. Yeah, we do. And she poured the pint of bitter. Then the next thing you know, the telephone rings in the pub. And she went, "Bob, it's for you." Well, obviously Bob was worried because no one should know he was here. Right. And as he picks up the phone, he hears this voice saying, "Bob, I know exactly what you're doing. Get your backside up to the airfield right now." So he took another sip of the beer, put it on the bar, like I've just done. And he said to Kathy, he said, "Do not throw away the pint. I'll be back." He shot up to the airfield, got into his aircraft, took off and shot down 2 Messerschmitt 109 fighters, then landed and then got straight back on a motorbike and straight down to the pub and finished the pint.
Bob Tuck was one of around 150 pilots stationed at Biggin Hill during the Battle of Britain.
They're young men, but they're young men who are living fast and dying fast. You know, you would think this could be my last day on planet Earth, and it probably was for a lot of them. So, you know, they would come down here, they'd enjoy themselves tremendously.
Tuck was later shot down over France, and after 3 years as a prisoner, he survived the war. Many others, of course, did not. Monday morning. 5 days to go until the air show, and it's crunch time for the Greek Spitfire restoration team. Are they ready for the paint shop?
The weather's closing in. It's just started to rain, and we don't really want to get it wet. We really want to get it there today, and we don't want to miss it.
But they're still hard at it.
You're going all right, Alex? Last couple of screws going in by the looks.
Words of encouragement are needed.
You're right then, Gary. Nearly there?
Yes. Gary is making sure the newly installed undercarriage is ready to roll.
You're comfortable up there, Richard?
And the new wingtips still aren't quite there. Chief Engineer Franco is on the case.
How's it going?
Not bad.
Good for today, though, are we?
Hopefully. Yeah, a couple of hours we should be ready.
Good. I'm happy with that.
Franco is using temporary fasteners and a bit of very gentle drilling to try and line up every hole before he can rivet.
This lens is quite delicate, and, you know, one slip and it'll crack, and then I will be in the poo. So I'm just trying to be very gentle around this perspex bit. One screw up means the whole thing's messed up.
2 hours later, the Spitfire has landed.
Put a bit of air in the rear tyre because she's a bit flat, but it's the first time that the whole aircraft has actually sat on the floor on its own wheels.
The weather has cleared and she's on her way. Another member of the Spitfire factory team with a passion for history is Ground Crew Chief Ray. Today, he's going to meet someone who did a similar job 70 years ago.
We're going to meet Gladys Unsworth today. She's I'm not quite sure what to expect with her today because she's a female flight engineer from the Second World War, and I never even knew they existed. Their day-to-day job was getting those aircraft ready, getting those aircraft safe, because ultimately it was their responsibility to make sure that that aircraft was 100% combat ready.
During World War II, over 250,000 women joined the Women's Auxiliary Air Force. At first, they mainly worked as clerks, orderlies and drivers. But as the war progressed, many were trained for more skilled roles.
Hello, Gladys.
Hello, dear.
Now 93, Gladys grew up in London and was 14 when war broke out.
The reason I've come here, Gladys, is the job I do, I'm lucky enough to work around Spitfires.
There is something very beautiful about that aircraft in the sky. She's got to be in the sky, though.
Well, that's true. Otherwise, you're wiping oil off it, aren't you? And it's not so beautiful then, is it?
But she's beautiful in the sky.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, especially when they tip it, so that you've got the clear sky behind the aircraft. Oh, she's my favourite.
Is it? They're not so beautiful when you're wiping all the oil
They're
off
not.
Gladys used every trick in the book to get the best out of the Spitfire.
We were washing the underside of the Spits with fuel.
You were cleaning undersides of Spitfires with fuel to make them go faster, to make them more going through the air quicker.
And the petrol dropped into your eyes.
They leak like a sieve, don't they?
We used to say it made your eyes sparkle from when you went out at night. They didn't even give us goggles.
Well, I don't get goggles either, so we haven't moved on a bit.
When Gladys was 18, the sewing factory where she worked was bombed, so she decided to join up.
I went to join up to the Land Army.
Right, yeah.
They looked at me because I was so small and they said no, and they took my mate. They didn't take me. So I went along and I thought, well, I'll do something, and a Astra house came up and I walked in. All they asked me was, have I ever mended a bike?
And you said yes,
remember
obviously.
that? Yeah. That's what I wanted to do.
So you could mend a bike, so you become a flight mechanic. So it's just like that. You just thought,
like that.
I'll go and
I
do
went
that.
home and told my mum.
I have to say, Gladys, I was looking at these photos and just rifling through, it's not hard to see who you are in that
Yeah.
lot. It is most definitely, that's you.
Yeah.
And that's you, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
I've got to tell you,
see.
I've got to tell you, Gladys, you're a bit of a looker, actually.
Oh, God, no.
No, oh, God, yes, I think so. That's you.
Yeah. See how little I am
Yeah, I
compared
can.
to the others.
I can.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take these back to my hangar because I'm going to go and see my engineers and my fitters and my flight engineers and whatever and say, guys, I've got to tell you, that's who used to work on the Spitfires, and I'd rather be working with someone like that than you lot. They're a bunch of gorillas, they really are.
We used to go to work with a collar and tie on.
You did? So that's another thing I'm going to talk to them about on Monday.
You
Come
never
on, boys, get in a collar and tie. Gladys did. Look, you look great.
In 1944, Gladys was posted to RAF Hawkinge in Kent, servicing planes flying missions over France and Germany.
Were you doing checks? Checking that it was mechanically sound?
Yes.
So tyre pressures, things like that?
Tyre pressures, yeah.
What about things like brakes and hydraulic fluid and things like that? Did you
yeah.
get involved in checking any of that?
No, because the men used to do it.
Right. But when you're saying that you were just there for the men, you know, I do think you're undervaluing what you were doing.
Very likely.
Yeah. We shouldn't.
Just 3 miles from the coast, the base was being shelled from France.
When we went to Hawkinge, they were shelling. Actually, I think we had a shell We were shelled the night I was posted there.
They were shelling Dover, weren't they?
Yeah.
Dover and Folkestone.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
obviously at Hawkins, you're right on
Yeah.
Folkestone there.
Absolutely.
So how did that feel?
We were used to the bombing in London.
So I suppose that was small fry then, was it? Being
Yeah.
shelled on the coast?
Yeah.
You should listen to yourself, Gladys.
After the war, Gladys married an RAF engine fitter, hung up her overalls and started a family. Back at the hangar, Ray finds he is left with as many questions as answers.
I think she very, very much downplayed her role as an aircraft mechanic. She almost sounds as if she didn't feel she was that important of a cog in the great big, in the whole mechanics of the whole thing. She wasn't peeling the potatoes, she wasn't handing out cups of tea, she was working on combat aircraft. You were more important, my love, than you ever make out to be, in my mind.
It's hard to imagine what life was like for people stationed at frontline airfields during the war. Many like Gladys still teenagers. But in 2 days' time, the annual celebration of what they achieved will begin. Down in the hangar, no one's taking it easy. While the Greek Spitfire is at the paint shop, there's still plenty to do. This is Alex Monk's first full restoration. And today he's preparing components for the next stage of the build.
So in my hand right here, I have one of the pair of rudder pedals that go in the Greek Spitfire that I'm working on. So these are what you put your feet on down at the bottom of the cockpit, and you use these for steering the aircraft on the ground and keeping it straight in the air. Before I did this, I looked at an original rudder pedal assembly to work out exactly how they go together. So I want a pair of bolts. I know normally you put a washer always under a nut. That's sort of the rule of thumb, but these ones are actually designed not to have a washer in place.
Inside a Mark 9 Spitfire, the flight controls use old-school mechanical systems. The control column and pedals connect via chains, rods and cables running through the fuselage and wings to operate the ailerons, elevator and rudder.
So it's got a star shape here, and this is how you would adjust the rudder pedal with your foot, because you kick this with your boot like that, and then depending on anti-clockwise or clockwise, there's a screw in here, and it moves this up and down to adjust the length. So if someone's shorter or taller, you can jump into the airplane and quickly adjust the pedals to the right length. What I'm going to do now is grind off the end of this bolt so it's pretty much flush with a nut, locking off the nuts so they don't come undone.
Alex must work very carefully. One slip could destroy a bit of Spitfire history.
So no pressure or anything. We've had them completely dismantled and replated, so entirely original. So any pilot that flew it would have had their feet on this. But yeah, nice putting back in the airplane.
But the day's not quite done. Peter's had a call from the paint shop at the far end of the airfield. This could make or break his weekend.
The airplane should be back any moment now, and it's fingers crossed that the paint job is correct. If it isn't, there isn't time to redo it. So I'm just a little bit nervous, but I'm confident that it's right. But there's just still that little niggle that, oh my God, what are we going to do if it's wrong?
It's a massive milestone in the build of the aircraft, really, and a big transformation, and it's probably a bit of a spur on to actually achieve the end goal of getting it done in time.
Are you happy with it?
Yeah, it's pretty wicked. Thank you very much for sorting that out. It's great.
No, don't mark the paint.
Have a look.
Of course, Peter's not just the boss. He's also a sworn perfectionist.
It looks good to me. Looks very good, in fact. It's difficult to get the correct finish on this. It's easier if it's glossy, but not so easy to get the correct satin finish, and they've got it. It's perfect.
They look all right.
That looks very good. I'm pleased with that. Very pleased.
The Greek Air Force colours make it unique in the restoration world.
Oh, I'll tell you what, it's different. It's going to be a different aeroplane, this is. You're not going to see an aircraft with this paint scheme.
With the Greek roundels on it and all the other bits and the clip wing tips and all the rest of it, it does look cool. It's wicked. Yeah, excited to see it done now. Just got to get on and get an engine on the front of it and all the rest of it, and we're good to go.
But that's for Monday. First, they've got a big weekend to celebrate. Bright and early on Saturday morning, the first of an expected 12,000-strong crowd are queuing at the gates. At the control tower, they've closed the airport to private jets and let the flying circus in. It's a big day for the Spitfire factory. 2 of their aircraft will lead the big finale to the air displays, and the rest will be shown off out on the tarmac.
The 226s are at the front of the hangar because they fly every day, so we're going to get them out of the way, and then move the 2 aircraft that are flying in the display up to the disused runway.
The star of the show will be the Spitfire, closest of all to Peter's heart.
The show will culminate in a single solo display by the Spirit of Kent. It's the first Spitfire that restoration that I got involved with as an owner. It was what started this whole heritage hangar concept, and having had to collect every last little part, it means a great deal to me.
The air show will feature planes from all eras, militaria and uniforms, even a few classic cars. But Biggin Hill is most famous as a World War II airfield, so the heroes of the Battle of Britain are very much in the spotlight. And as the Spirit of Kent heads off to the far end of the runway, ready for its display at the end of the day, Peter's 1940 Hurricane, which will also be flying, follows close behind.
The Hurricane goes off into the mist. Beautiful sight. It is quite high on those legs, but a lovely sight.
The flying circus is underway with a crowd favourite, the Wing Walkers.
It's reminiscent of the barnstorming days of the 1930s. 2 very glamorous young ladies who are quite happy to stand on the wing and get buffeted around.
Air circuses became popular after the First World War, when the first manufacturers and airline companies would go to great lengths to wow the crowds. Some even took up members of the public. And when World War II broke out, many aircrew volunteers said their first experience of flying had been with the circus. These days, health and safety is taken a lot more seriously. Pilots must attend a safety briefing and submit detailed plans for their displays.
You have to stick within very tight boundaries in terms of the rules and regulations where we can fly. You're trying to display the aeroplane to its capabilities without actually ever putting yourself anywhere near the limit.
For the Spitfire factory's display, Don will be leading in the Hurricane, and it's his job to plan the routine.
You've got to have a plan before you get airborne. It's not the sort of thing you're going to basically get in the cockpit and wing it. We're going to run in from the north, so from the crowd right side, in a 3-ship formation, which means there'll be the Hurricane in front, Spitfire on each wing to balance it up, and initially come down the crowd line, down the display line, with a slight curve so the crowd see the top surfaces of the aeroplanes.
Following behind, Dan's role is simpler, if no easier.
When you're in formation, the only thing that is important in your life is the person that you're following, and you can't afford to take your eye off that person at all. So I can't look in, I can't look at the gauges, I can't do anything. All I can do is get an impression of whether I'm going forward or back, or out or in on that person. So if he flew me into the ground, I would fly in with him. It's that serious.
In the second half of their display, Dan will fly solo in the Spirit of Kent.
I very much enjoy display flying because it gives you the chance to manoeuvre an aeroplane perhaps a little bit more
interestingly than you would if you're just flying normally. And you have to have a bucket of manoeuvres, as they call it, that's well practiced. And then I string them together as I see fit.
Everything's ready, except for one vital ingredient. Their third aircraft. A Mark 16 Dutch Spitfire, due to join their display, has been delayed.
It's been trying to get in for the last couple of days, but the weather's been so bad. It's due in 11:40, but from what we've heard, the weather's not good in Holland, so we're still touch and go whether he's going to get in or not.
Without the Dutch Spitfire, the airshow's grand finale will be ruined. Next up on display at the Biggin Hill Airshow is the RAF's Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, one of the Spitfire factory's maintenance climbs.
We've got a Mark 5 Spit, a Mark 2 Hurricane, Mark 2C Hurricane and the Lang. And the good thing is all of these aircraft that we watch, we actually at some point, they're all going to pass through our hangar.
Lovely tight turn, look at that. Absolutely rinsing it. God.
With the Lancasters 4, that's 6 Merlin engines in the air.
Here she comes, AB 910, isn't it? That Spitfire there was based at Biggin Hill, wartime, a lot of history. AB 190, it's an absolutely brilliant Spitfire. Mark 5, you used to have 2 then. God.
On days like these, our plane spotters are in their element.
There comes our Hurricane now. The aircraft's got 4 cannon on it. That's what we want. That's exactly what we want.
I love the Hurricane. I love the Hurricane. Dare I say, I love the Hurricane more than the Spitfire. It's just...
Ooh, it's controversial there, right? Here comes the Lancaster. Look at that. Look at that. It is just awesome, that aircraft. Imagine 1,000 of them. The air would actually vibrate with the sound of the engines. 55,000 men were lost. It's testimony to those guys.
Back at the hangar, Peter's got a very different idea of how to enjoy the air show.
Right, time to a bit of a tidy up then. These have just been left here. They have a place, and that's where they live, but it's certainly not on the floor here. When the aircraft are all out, you can see it, to me, it just looks like a bloody mess.
An empty hangar is a chance for Peter to get out his favourite tool. Not a drill or a rivet gun, but this.
I don't mind doing this bit of exercise, and not only that, I know it's being done properly, so and there is absolutely no reason why I shouldn't do it. It's not flying a Spitfire, maybe not as exhilarating, but to me, on a day like this and an opportunity where we can clean the place up, it's more productive.
Watch out, Peter. Bandit at 12 o'clock.
I have seen it. In a few hours' time, we'll be pushing the aeroplanes back in, and then that'll be it again for another year, really.
Of course, cleaning's not the only thing that Peter has on his mind.
We're not unique in having the only Spitfires here today, because I'm, slightly nervous that it won't be that good a display. We've got other, not competitors, but other guys that could actually better our display, so I just need to keep an eye on it.
Uh-oh. Technical problems?
No, it come to a grinding halt. It's broke. I'll have to get the broom out. And a mop, perhaps. Certainly going to wash my hands.
The fun never stops. Out on the airfield, there's some good news.
I've got a feeling it is 885. So, yeah, she's coming from Holland, but the last we heard, the weather was bad over there, so she couldn't get in. So it's great that she's here.
Where again are the...
Ralph Arts has arrived for the display with a Mark 16 Spitfire that was restored here 3 years ago.
Yeah, so it's really nice now to be here in Biggin Hill for the air show.
especially because the airplane was reconstructed at the Heritage hangar here. And so it's nice for Peter Monk, the owner of the Heritage hangar, to see the plane in action this weekend.
So, crowd line, there. That's where you're cleared to DA. You're going to be on the right-hand side the whole time. Big lazy turnout to come back in on the 45 into the crowd.
Meanwhile, plane spotters Ray and Austin have found some classic American warbirds to fight over.
Oh, P-47, easy, easy. We're not going to argue about it, are we?
No, I do like the P-51s. I do
we are
like
gonna
just to
argue about
look
it.
at them.
Oh, we are. Let's have an argument about it.
It's, like I say, yeah. But we have to have a look at the P-47. We both agree we need to have a look at it.
Yeah.
Just purely because we want to see the size of the engine.
It's just all American. It's ugly, it's massive, it's just, and I love it. It's just a big
It's an engine
brute.
with wings. I mean, essentially that's all it is, an engine with wings, and the pilot just almost hangs on.
So, which was the best? The P-51 Mustang was a long-range fighter originally commissioned by the RAF.
It's funny, it's a Merlin in that, but they're not the same exhaust, look.
A bit like on the Mark 8.
Yeah.
Look at the Mark 8, they're a lot thinner.
That canopy on that, in combat, that's just perfect, isn't it? Without this aeroplane, the whole bombing campaign for the Americans was going horribly wrong until this thing got over to Germany and got to Berlin and back with them. How a pilot sat on his parachute alone in one of them for 6-7 hours is incredible, really. Very, very different aircraft for the Spitfire, very different use, but very effective.
The designers of the P-47 Thunderbolt took a very different approach.
Look at this. This is the main event, isn't it, this one? Hey.
It is a big old gun, isn't it? It's gorgeous.
The P-47 weighed 8 tons with a monstrous radial engine that dragged it into dives of 550 miles per hour.
Don't you all fight to fly this thing?
Yes.
You do? Excellent. It's something else, isn't it?
I get asked quite a lot what I'd take to war, and I would definitely take a Thunderbolt. And it's literally from there all the way out to there.
I didn't know that.
Of ammunition. I think you would honestly get bored of pulling the trigger before you ran out.
It's just a big lump.
Yep.
And it's, but it's a lovely lump. My favourite American airplane.
Oh no, he's going first. Look at that.
What is that about?
Just a little tad more smoke than our
That's not very green, is it?
No, not really.
Even the startup's American, isn't it?
Yeah,
Smoke everywhere, too much power.
With a bit of time to spare, Robin is taking Ralph to see one of the original structures of the airfield from World War II.
These were the aircraft pens during the war. This is where they would have put the Spitfires, the Hurricanes, hopefully to prevent them being blasted from enemy attack. At the back, you have an air raid shelter, and that was for the ground crew who would work on the aircraft here.
The pens were built up to protect the fighters against bomb blasts.
They are what the Spitfires would have been tied down to. One either side, still here 70 plus years afterwards, which I think is pretty incredible.
It is.
Really.
Absolutely.
During the Battle of Britain, 50 aircraft were stationed here, with 150 pilots and hundreds of ground crew and staff. From the 18th of August 1940, the hardest day, the base was attacked 12 times. Crews often had as little as 2 minutes to scramble the planes and dive for cover.
You had them sitting down here until the attack was over, and then out they would go to carry on service in the aircraft. It must have been horrendous. You know, the noise must have been incredible. Even down here, you can hear the echo in here. So if you heard the explosions outside, it would have been amplified in here.
Yeah, Robin, this must be really, really impressive, right? If you just sit here waiting for the attack to be over and then walking outside, checking if your Spitfire is still there and going on with your job like nothing happened.
And get on with the job they did.
although the airfield was really, really hit very, very badly by the Luftwaffe, it was never not operational out here. All the time throughout all those raids, Biggin Hill remained on the air, operational.
It is really impressive.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
So you can hear the volume increasing from the right-hand side. I give you Royal Air Force Typhoon.
So what we ought to do is walk through it.
Let's walk through it.
Yeah, happy?
Yeah, happy.
Okay.
Okay, let's go around.
It's time for the dress rehearsal.
So you're going to be on the right.
Yep.
And I'm going to be on the left.
Yeah. So right, because we've got them tapping out, let's use that as 2-1.
Okay. Okay.
So everybody knows what they're doing.
We're come round for a top surface. You come with me then?
Yeah, all right. I don't know whether we're taking off.
Top surface flyby. No, we're joining up out there. I'm not worried about the takeoff. Okay. Yep. Okay. Top surface flyby.
Yeah.
Round to the end of 2-1, and then a big wide lazy right turn all the way around the back of the tower.
It's the point where the pilots makes them look a bit foolish, just following each other around in front of the aeroplanes, but they're basically walking through the whole display in their positions.
Up to the back, and back down again.
They all do it. If you look around at the teams here today, you'll all see little gaggles of pilots, and they walk round. It's quite amusing to us, us ground boys.
48 aircraft, from 1930s biplanes to high-performance jets, have now performed. It's time for the final display. Outside the hangar, the whole team is lined up ready to watch.
Wow.
Well, almost the whole team.
Here comes the boss. He looks all right. Yeah, he looks happy.
You're happy?
Oh yeah, we're all good. Good.
We're all happy. We're all happy.
Good.
I've had enough of floor cleaning, so I've just thought I'd pop out and see how these guys do.
They take off one at a time, and then join in close formation. With a couple of simple passes to warm up the crowd.
Each time they go round, that's about another 200 quid out of my pocket. Why don't they just get on with it? Hang on, here they come. It looks quite choppy up there, though. You can see them. Yeah, it is.
Very bouncy.
That looks nice. That's good.
It does look nice, nice and tight.
Yeah.
Down's tight, rails tight.
It's a proud moment for the team to see all their hard work on display up in the air.
Nice sound to hear 3 Merlins though in the air at one time.
It's quite a picture actually there with the pulling up into the sun and with the silhouette against the clouds.
That's the best view.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Time to move up a gear.
Oh, he's not hanging around, is he? Go on, Dunn. Go on. That's it. Makes me proud, that makes me bloody proud.
We're actually coming round for what we would call a tail chase, which is one aircraft behind the other, but follow my leader basically. It's super. Exactly what we want to see.
After 6 minutes, the Hurricane and Dutch Spitfire come into land, leaving the stage clear for the grand finale.
Here comes the Hurricane into land. There he goes.
So we close the show, as we always do, with a solo Spitfire.
So this is the bit everyone looks forward to see Dan really go for it, and he does a really good display in the Spitfire.
Here comes Dan.
Here comes Dan. Go on. Go on, Dan.
Dan Griffiths flying Spirit of Kent. Wow.
Super, look at that. Plenty of speed, lots of noise.
are watching airmanship at its best here. You really are.
I trust Dan, and he looks after the aircraft. He's obviously looking after himself, of course, but no, he does a fantastic display. And to be honest with you, it's the finale to the show, and I couldn't think of anybody else better to do the job.
For a few precious moments, the pressures of running a business are forgotten.
Very competent pilot, and so he flies all the time.
Speed, agility, grace. It's easy to forget that this is a machine of war. But 79 years ago, side by side with the Hurricane, this is the aircraft that won the Battle of Britain.
At the end of Dan's show, he always flies along at about 50 feet, waggles the wings, then pulls up to that final victory roll, and he should be coming in to land now.
Over the course of the war, 453 aircrew from 11 countries operating out of Biggin Hill lost their lives. But over 1,400 enemy aircraft were shot down. The Spitfire has become the abiding symbol of their sacrifice and of victory.
There we are.
Peter Monk is not a man to turn his back on a Spitfire in need of his help. And he currently has 5 restorations on the go. But only one needs to be back in the air by the end of the year. MJ755 is a Mark 9 built at Castle Bromwich. Her clipped wings, optimal for low altitude operations, have been newly painted with Greek Air Force colours. And she's due back in Greece, ready to fly in just 10 weeks' time.
We're getting into the last stages of the assembly of the project now. Pretty much all of the components and subcomponents are completed. It's a massive Meccano kit from here, and the more people that we can get working on different areas or different ends of the project, the quicker we'll get it finished.
Today, they're preparing the aircraft for the arrival of the engine. The engine bearer is a critical part of the fuselage frame, built by specialist Mark Britnell.
I'm assembling all the components of the engine bearer on the jig. Just finished drilling all the holes on the horseshoe assembly here, or the U-frame, and now I'm preparing to fit the front set of tubes, or try to. They've got to be cut to length and everything yet, so I'm just seeing how things line up at the moment.
Fortunately for Mark, it's one size fits all. So he's got his own production line running.
Well, this is one I made earlier. So I'm manufacturing another engine bearer on the jig there. So this is the finished item. All the Merlin's engines are all the same dimensions. These are the front mounting feet for the engine, and these are the rear ones, 2 holes either side.
The engine bearer will be subjected to intense forces, so it needs very strong fasteners.
Well, what I've got here is one of the steel ferrules that's been cap plated, and that's the tubular rivet before it's fitted. One end of it is like formed in the lathe, and then they're just cut to various lengths. You can just see the ferrule there, and on this one, and then the rivet goes through, and the other end is turned over with a special tool we've got. So you get that sort of flared head, top, bottom.
As well as the weight, the structure must deal with torque between the engine and propeller.
The tubes will be actually bending and flexing while it's in flight. It's like a shock absorber, really. Some of the fittings and fixtures on one side are thicker and built up more than the other for the torque of the engine. It's very highly unlikely for one of these to fail, but if it does, that's it. The engine will just be off on its own.
During a high-speed dogfight manoeuvre, the forces generated within a Spitfire can be colossal. Those forces all pass through frame 5, where the engine bearer connects to the fuselage. Massive thrust from the propeller pulls the structure forward. Rotating at up to 1500 RPM, it creates immense torque, twisting the frame. And high-G manoeuvres can more than triple the weight of the 3/4-ton engine. So, how does it all stay in one piece? Amazingly, the engine is attached to the bearer with just 8 bolts, 4 on each side.
Right, this is the engine mount, actually mounted on the aircraft. Here you've got the actual mounting plates for the feet of the engine. You see the 2 bolts there, going right through. And then the other 2, you can see the nuts on them, the bolts are under here.
And the bearer attaches to frame 5 with just 4.
The tapered bolt here goes in from the top. And then you've got the nut on the bottom to draw it in nice and tight and then slip in. The bottom one is very similar. It bolts straight onto the fitting. This is where the actual wing attaches. These are 2 of the bolts for the wing. And it's just 4 of those bolts holding it on.
It's an extraordinary bit of engineering from over 80 years ago. In the 1930s, R.J. Mitchell and his team had no computers, no simulators, and no experience of what modern air combat would involve.
Mr. Mitchell's a very clever chap, isn't he? He's designed it like that from the start. I mean, the way the Spitfires all go together, it didn't really change from the first to the last. Very clever man.
130 miles away in Gloucestershire, the engine for the Greek Spitfire is also nearly ready.
I suppose you've got to start looking at these other little bits, Rob, to finish off on the Greek engine. Hoses, isn't it, you were going to have a look at?
Peter Watts and his engine restoration team have been working on it for 17 months.
We've got the fuel pump on now then, so...
Pump's on. We've got to do make up the main fuel hose.
Yes.
Pump's carb.
The engine is a Merlin 66, introduced in late 1941, providing improved low-altitude performance. A 2-stage supercharger helped produce over 1,700 horsepower. It hasn't been fired up since it last flew in Greece in 1953. So every single part has been tested and either restored or replaced.
These engines have got a recommended life of 500 hours, and an overhaul on an engine like this would take approximately 2,000 hours work. There's over 80% that's original. It's lots of little fiddly bits that have got lost.
Peter's pipe fitter, David, has been on the hard end of all those fiddly bits.
On this engine, I've mostly been doing parts like these pipes here. Each Merlin mark has got a different amount of pipes that do different jobs. You've got a basic set, but then there are little additions to that. Not all of the Merlins will have that coolant pipe or that generator feed oil pipe there. First, you have to source the materials in imperial sizes is preferable rather than metric these days, and actually shape them to fit each application, you know. That's one that I've also made from scratch, if you will, with the end fittings on it from the day. But that's new tube in there, and it's been formed and had that little tag soldered onto it. From start to finish, on that coolant pipe there's probably a week's work maybe sometimes in something like that, and probably the same with that oil pipe as well.
It will all culminate in an engine test in a few days' time. A crucial moment for the whole Greek Spitfire project.
Are you all familiar with what these are? Do you all know what they are? Merlin engines, correct. In my humble opinion, this is the aircraft engine that won the Second World War.
But the Merlin started life with a serious flaw.
There's a carburettor down the bottom, and the carburettor does have a little bit of a weakness. We've all seen the Battle of Britain film, haven't we? Yes, I hope we have. When he does the victory roll at the start of the film, you hear the engine go, it coughs as it's inverted. That is the problem. The Germans knew that.
It was a flaw that could have lost the Battle of Britain.
So what they would do is try and get us to go into a negative G dive. We would attempt to follow them, and what would happen is we'd get starvation of fuel, then saturation of fuel. And unfortunately, that is not good in combat. So we had to come out with a solution, and we did. Now, looking on the tour, we've got a couple of ladies. It's quite rare that we get ladies. I don't know what it is. You should be very proud, because the lady who came out with a solution was a lady called Beatrice Schilling, or Tilly Schilling.
In Farnborough, Spitfire historian Paul Beaver is at an event to celebrate Tilly Schilling's life and achievements.
I think this is a really amazing event. You've got somebody that only the real aficionados of the Spitfire have ever heard of. We're here because of Tilly Schilling, Beatrice Schilling, a female engineer, in itself an amazingly unusual thing in the 1930s. She is really one of the great icons of aviation.
Beatrice Schilling joined the Royal Aircraft Establishment as a science officer in 1936 and worked there until 1969.
So it's with immense pleasure that I have been invited to unveil this plaque in appreciation of this formidable woman.
There's a simple manoeuvre that the Germans carried out in the Battle of Britain to escape Spitfires and sometimes Hurricanes, and that's by bunting the aeroplane. The bunting the aeroplane is to let it drop, so you go to negative G.
The British fighters couldn't do the same manoeuvre without the engine stalling, so they had to roll the aircraft and chase the fuel-injected Messerschmitts, and that lost them the advantage. They needed a way to control the fuel flow when the engine was upside down.
So a very simple piece of elegant engineering, no bigger than my thumbnail, gets fitted into the carburettor.
Tilly's solution was a simple washer to restrict the fuel flow during negative G so the engine wouldn't stall.
She took a team of engineers around, a lot of them were women. They went to every air station and they modified the aircraft. They just took the carburetors to pieces. The next morning, the pilots had the ability to outfly the Messerschmitt 109.
There was a downside, I'm afraid to say, ladies. The gentleman gave it a nickname, and the nickname was Mrs. Schilling's Orifice. But if she hadn't done that, there's no question about it, we would have lost more pilots. No question about it at all. So God bless Mrs. Schilling and her Orifice.
I'm sure there were people working on really complex solutions, but that wasn't Tilly Schilling. Her idea in life was to make it really simple.
An elusive character, Tilly is remembered fondly by her goddaughter, Judy.
So what was it like to be Tilly Schilling's goddaughter?
Auntie B, you mean?
Ah, so she wasn't Tilly to you?
No, never heard anybody call her Tilly.
What was she like to have as a godmother?
She was this lady in thick corduroy trousers, a man shirt, cigarette on the go all the time.
Did she ever try and encourage you to go into engineering?
Not specifically. She used to buy me things like chemistry sets and microscopes and things like that, and, you know, child's versions of them.
Yes.
But she also bought me the only teddy bear I ever had as well. I think she should be a household name, really.
Exactly.
And she isn't, because she didn't suffer fools gladly.
Yes.
And there were a lot of fools around.
The Merlin went on to become a war-winning success, but the days of costing a few pennies to keep them flying are long gone.
We're looking now roughly about £135,000 per engine. Then you run them, You inspect them on 25 hours, 50, 75, 100. So we're talking at least £250,000 just to run the aircraft over 500 hours.
Looks like it's time for Peter to get his wallet out.
Yeah, it's Friday morning and just getting Leon ready to get him out the door. He's always late.
Hi.
You have a good day, Leon.
It's a big day for Peter Monk, but he's not going into the hangar. A chance, perhaps, to prove he can be a hands-off boss?
We've got 5 projects on the go at the moment, and these projects are costing millions of pounds. That's an awful lot of money. That's life-changing money for most people, so we're proud that we always perform and meet our deadlines, but we are reliant upon others.
What are you watching, Peter?
So where's Joe?
Not so hands-off after all.
I've got here access to our security cameras at the hangar, and I'll always have a look, see what's going on. If I'm not at the hangar, then it's just a way for me to stay in touch. I'm looking at the progress this morning on the Greek Spitfire. Franco is working underneath the wing, fitting a radiator. Paul Ager is working on the other side of the aircraft, fitting the wing fairings.
He'd be lost without Spitfires. He could never retire. He's never going to retire. He'd be still running the hangar. This Zimmer frame.
Spy cam checkup complete. Peter's off to Gloucestershire, where his precious Greek Spitfire engine has been strapped onto the back of a truck.
Got an engine fitted to our Merlin test rig. It's a lorry that we've converted to be able to test an engine on it.
It may look a bit Heath Robinson, but this truck is a fully equipped mobile Merlin test rig.
This is the only test rig that I'm aware of in the UK that's capable of fully testing a Merlin.
But they're not going to fire up a 1,700 horsepower engine in this small hangar. They're at a local airfield, and Peter's here hoping to sign off on the rebuild.
It's just the final run today, and I'll just come down and just witness that, have a look, and if I'm happy with it, I'll accept it, and then it will be delivered to Biggin Hill as soon as possible, and the aeroplane's waiting for it. After the test run, I'll just be having a look round, having a look at the exhaust pipes and make sure that the mixture's as it should be, which we can tell quite quickly, and just looking around for leaks.
Once in position, the truck needs to be secured.
I'm just putting the support arm on, counteract the torque reaction, stabilise the lorry.
The Merlin has almost 10 times the power of the truck's own engine. Putting on the handbrake wouldn't work. They have to be sure it won't literally take off.
It could turn the lorry onto its side.
Or worse.
It would actually suck you into the propeller. Jerry and I are going to be looking for anything untowards with the engine, and we're standing well back so we're out of the way of the propeller.
The engines have to be tested to their design limit, so the test program that Retro used is exactly as was used during the war, when the engines were to be used to their maximum.
David will run the test from the control room, aka the cab.
This is our Merlin engine test procedure, a good representation of the sort of pass-off tests that have been carried out at the factory and period. Control we have here, fairly good replication of what you'd have in the aircraft, with some additional gauges as well. We've got the propeller pitch control, engine throttle, magneto switches, engine RPM, engine boost pressure.
It's the moment of truth.
Clear prop. So we see a minimum of 50 degrees water temperature and 15 degrees oil temperature. So
I'll take it up to 2,000, 0 boost. Drop out each individual magneto.
1,200 horsepower. Ear defenders on, chocks are holding, and maximum power. Well, nothing's falling off.
They just come down from max cruise, maximum load that you can run the engine for continuously. Right, I'll shut it down then.
Bit lean on idling, perhaps. Bit crackly. No rise on shutdown.
Tad high on the idle speed.
Yep. We can check the inside of the exhaust stubs to see that we've got the correct mixture and it's all good.
A bit of fine-tuning to do, but Peter's a happy customer.
Nice to be able to see that it will handle it safely here on a rig, on the ground. So you're going to deliver the engine up, are you?
Yes.
Oh, you will? We'll see you next week then.
This Merlin 66 is on its way to be reunited with its Spitfire. Merlin engines doubled in power over the course of the war, and the Spitfire also evolved as its roles changed. Ground Crew Chief Ray has been researching one of its lesser-known incarnations. And he's heading off to meet a veteran that flew one.
I'm going to meet an ex-Fleet Air Arm pilot from World War II. His name is Keith Quilter.
Now 97, Keith joined up as a Navy pilot in 1942, served in the Atlantic and Pacific Wars, and survived 2 kamikaze attacks.
Oh, hello, Ray. How are you, Keith? Just about on time.
Ray's keen to hear about his experiences with a naval version of the Spitfire.
We had no really decent carrier-borne aircraft when the war started. Because we were so short, we were asked both Hawkers and Supermarine to provide us with converted land fighters. So we had a Sea Hurricane and a Sea Spitfire, which was called the Seafire.
The Navy wanted the Spitfire's abilities as a fighter, but the early versions weren't well suited to life on an aircraft carrier.
Now, everything I've read about the Seafire was it's a Spitfire with an arrestor hook, and that sounds like that's got problems.
The problem was it had all the fighter characteristics which we needed off aircraft carriers, but it was very difficult to actually land on the carrier because the poor visibility from the cockpit. You needed to be able to see a batsman on the end of the carrier who was guiding you in and could give you appropriate signals to take account of the movement of the end of the carrier. It's like the end of the runway going up and down or twisting side to side. And if you with the right speed and the right situation in relative to the deck, you touch down in a few feet and hopefully catch a wire with your arrestor hook.
Ironically, the Spitfire's aerodynamic design made catching a wire especially challenging.
Because it was such an aerodynamically perfect aeroplane, instead of dropping directly on the deck, it would float just above the wires, and the hook would be just above the wires, and it would be into the barrier.
You're trying to catch a few wires that are laid across the deck. And if you don't catch that, you're going to go straight on and you're going to have an accident. It might be fatal, you might walk away with it, you don't know.
Keith witnessed more than one disastrous landing.
There's a Seafire coming into land. But you can see the hook, look, right down there.
It's a huge, great big arrestor
and the
hook.
batsman's gone like
So
that.
he's telling you to cut power there, isn't he?
Yeah. That's what happens when Seafires hit the barrier. That he's just going into the barrier there.
Right. So his arrestor hook's missed, basically.
There's the first barrier. He's gone into the second barrier.
Good grief.
This one's caught. You can see the arrestor wire he's caught.
Got
Look
it,
there.
yeah.
But he's
Yeah.
still, he got it too late. He's still gone just into this barrier.
Yeah.
He's going over the side, this one, look. See?
I mean, look at that.
Sometimes the aircraft would hang over the side. If it caught a wire and the aircraft skewed, went over the side, but was still hanging on the arrestor wire. You're hanging a few feet above the sea with the ship going about 30 knots.
Yeah.
And then after a while, the hook gives way and then you're in the sea.
Keith managed to avoid such problems most of the time.
The most damage I ever did to an aircraft landing on a carrier, I burst the starboard tyre on an occasion when I was well over the drink drive limit and I was landing into the midnight sun, which was in higher. And the way that came about...
So the sun was the problem, not the over the limit bit. It was the sun in your eyes was the problem bit, Keith, wasn't it? Of course it was, yeah.
From these troubled beginnings, the Seafire evolved, with hydraulically powered folding wings, contra-rotating propellers, and a top speed of over 450 miles an hour. The Mark 47 was the most advanced type of Spitfire ever made, and it was still in service alongside the new jet fighters of the Korean War.
Once airborne, with the teardrop canopy.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah, and once you were up, yeah, it was a lovely aeroplane to fly.
It's November the 5th, but Franco probably won't be thinking about fireworks today, because his Christmas has come early.
Look at that, isn't that fantastic? Isn't that brilliant? It's such a lovely looking engine. I mean, there's nothing more than a Spitfire than its engine. I mean, it's the heart of the actual aircraft, isn't it, you know? I mean, just look at it. That engine came out of that aircraft. That's its original 66, Merlin 66, that's actually going back into it. So you can't get better than that.
Franco's taking a few moments to enjoy his new toy, before he has to let the team get their hands on it.
Quite a lot of the connections are all wire locked. The way the wire's made out is to stop it from undoing. So if it was ever to vibrate loose, it wouldn't actually come loose. If that was to become slack, this wire wouldn't allow it to undo totally. See, it's locked by this one. And that would have been done during the war, as in basically aviation standards. Right, let's get it unloaded, I suppose. There you go, that was its first flight.
Now he's going to have to share it. Inside the hangar, preparations are underway to install the engine. But before you bolt a 3/4-ton engine onto the front of a Spitfire, some precautions are advised.
What we're doing is we're tying the back end of the aircraft down, and we don't want any weight issues. But we put the engine in, the next minute the tail goes up, so we always have this massive concrete block here tied to the tail end.
The block weighs 1/3 of a ton. They've got one big job to bolt the engine on, and then dozens of little ones to install all the systems that connect to it.
That's it. See, what we're trying to do is get this right down the middle, with the beam down the middle, and then pick it up, and then just push it. Start lifting the stand up soon. What we do is just put the gear up and bring it down a bit.
They have to move very carefully. This is not a good moment to destroy months of expensive restoration work.
There you are. Easy does it.
They really don't roll nicely, those wheels. I'm all right on the supercar education on your side, Tony.
Right. Now down or back?
No, we've got to go back. We've got to come back.
8 bolt holes need to be perfectly lined up.
We need to go back further to go down.
Right.
So we're having to drop it, push it back, drop it, push it back.
We need to come back another 2 inches at least.
You ain't got 2 inches.
It's a tight squeeze at the back where lots of components have been installed on the firewall.
I'll take this pipe off.
There's one small part blocking their progress.
This banjo pipe is in the way.
Yeah, because that's not real, is it?
Righto, hold it there.
Banjo pipe removed. And the Leviathan edges closer.
Hold it there. And again. That's it.
It's there.
These are aluminium points and this is a steel point, the bolt, so it just basically stops any corrosion between them happening.
You ain't going anywhere those yet, man. Gotta get that bad boy in there.
All 8 bolts are in.
It's on. That's all right then?
Yeah.
Perfect.
T-brake.
That's the one big job done. Now the real work can begin, with dozens of pipes, cables and electrics to install.
We'll head out east towards Dover. Yeah. So then I can just talk to you and also give you a chance to get your hands on the controls if you want to.
Looking forward to it.
Good, okay.
The Spitfire took on many different roles during World War II. And pilot Jez Britcher has a special interest in one of them.
Chocks out.
When he's not flying Spitfires for paying customers, he's a reconnaissance pilot, monitoring shipping lanes around the UK. Today, he's come to the Military Intelligence Museum in Bedfordshire to find out more about how Spitfires were used for reconnaissance. It all began with an Australian pilot who had a plan.
This gentleman, Sidney Cotton, was fundamental in setting this whole thing up, photographic reconnaissance in the Second World War. He was a most unusual character. He was an engineer. He was an inventor. He had a brilliant mind.
Cotton had secretly photographed German military activity before the outbreak of war. And in 1939, he tried to convince the RAF to give him some of their latest planes for a reconnaissance role.
Now, of course, the Spitfire had just come into production at that time, and they were slowly becoming available. But Fighter Command was scrabbling for every single one.
So Sydney asking to use a Spitfire was probably absolutely the last thing they wanted.
Eventually, he did get 2 Spitfires, and the work began to convert 2 fighter Spitfires into 2 photo reconnaissance Spitfires.
For long-distance flights, the Spitfires were painted blue and stripped of armaments to make room for cameras and extra fuel tanks.
The plan was that the Spitfire would operate between 30 and 35,000, maybe up to 40,000 feet. The pilot would be on oxygen throughout.
Yeah,
throughout
had to be at
the
that
flight.
altitude, otherwise it'd be hypoxic.
That's right. Bitterly cold. You could be talking minus 50, 60.
Yeah, it would be. And you're going up there and thinking, I've got no ammunition here, I've got no guns.
That's right.
The only thing I've got in my favour is the fact that I'm perhaps higher than these other guys.
Yes.
And I can potentially outrun them if they did get up to my altitude.
If there was trouble. Yes, that's right. Yes.
That must, in your mind, must be quite difficult to go off and do.
It was, I think, a special mindset that was needed. You were on your own.
For hours.
They were lone wolves. They really did go on their own.
Over 1,000 photo interpreters were recruited to analyse the photographs and trained to identify ships, ammunition dumps and missile sites. One of their biggest challenges of the war was preparing the landing forces for D-Day.
Every landing craft commander had a map and had photographs of the exact landing place where that landing craft was going to go. And the same when they got on shore, they would have the map and photographs telling them exactly where to go. And this took an awful lot of putting together. And of course, further behind, surveying the countryside behind that they would have to go through in the advance. There was a lot of planning went into this operation.
Extremely important information.
Oh, absolutely crucial. They couldn't have done it without.
At the same time, the unit was tracking the Germans' largest battleship, the Tirpitz, which was trying to hide in the Norwegian fjords.
It was a serious threat to the convoys particularly. There was a desperate need to know where this ship was at any time. These are stereo images, and you view them through a stereo viewer. You might have...
No, I can, yeah. You can see every fine detail,
yes.
all the guns on,
yes.
on the deck and everything. It's
That's right.
Absolutely amazing.
The Tirpitz was monitored throughout the war, with lone recon pilots risking their necks day after day. Jane Cusson's father was one of them.
This is my father. That's him, squadron leader.
Mm-hmm.
And this is sitting on...
all his chums around him.
He's got the flat cap. And this is on the little blue Spitfire.
5 hours 55. That's a long time to be in a Spitfire.
Yeah.
I mean, I quite regularly do an hour at one time in a Spitfire, but to sit in there for nearly 6 hours, well, 6 hours really,
Yes.
6 hours, it's
Yeah.
absolutely fatiguing. It's incredibly noisy.
Yeah.
For obviously your father, he was up at high altitude, so freezing cold. He would have had back pains, leg pains, all those things associated with long time sitting in one
Yeah.
position. So, I mean, I do not envy what he did.
No. And this is the album of his reconnaissance photos. So it was one of the photos that my father took of the Norwegian fjords when they were looking for the Tirpitz. So this is Trondheim Fjord, and it's April 1942, where it says T, that's the Tirpitz. It's almost impossible.
It just blends in, doesn't it, with,
Yep.
with the snowy environment that's in.
So that would have been rushed back, and then somebody would have been able to identify that, maybe my mother, who knows,
yeah.
as being the Tirpitz.
Jane's mother, Diana, was a photo interpreter. It was one of several wartime marriages between pilot and interpreter.
What do you think made your mother a particularly good photographic interpreter?
Well, she always used to say, attention to detail and a curiosity.
I think that's it.
So that she would look at something through the stereoscope and think, what's that? That looks a funny little knobble there. What is that? Or, that's a weird little thing. That wasn't there yesterday.
The days of the Tirpitz were numbered, and one pilot who benefited from the work of the reconnaissance team was Keith Quilter. In 1944, Keith took part in one of the largest aerial assaults on the Tirpitz, Operation Goodwood. He flew one of over 40 carrier-based fighters and bombers that attacked the fjords. They failed to sink her, but it was a decisive moment.
I think we could claim that we stopped her going out, because you wouldn't want to go out when you knew there was a carrier task force in the area.
No.
Because we stopped her going out, Hitler got so fed up with this bloody great battleship that he did nothing.
Doing nothing, yeah.
He ordered her to move a bit further south.
And when the Tirpitz moved south, she came within range of Lancaster bombers based in Scotland.
Flying between 13,000 and 16,000 feet, each of the 29 Lancasters loses a 6-ton earthquake bomb. The German battleship is hit at her bow, amidships, and toward the stern. Her guns are silenced, and the Tirpitz is again covered by smoke, this time from flames that seal her doom.
But Keith's war was far from over. In 1945, he was posted to the Pacific to help the Americans who were closing in on mainland Japan.
So you were literally marauding your way across the whole of Japan at that point?
Nobody's ever heard of it.
No.
We're the only pilots that flew British roundels over Japan.
Right.
Nobody's ever heard of it.
Here, Keith experienced a terrifying new form of attack.
They call it kamikaze, meaning the divine tempest. We call them suicide planes. Their destination, the deck or hull of any American ship onto which plane, bombs, burning gasoline, and red-side pilot can crash. 16-year-olds, still in aviation school. It was a maniacal, all-out effort to smash our sea power.
On the 4th of May 1945, Keith was stationed on the British aircraft carrier HMS Formidable off the coast of Japan.
So that's Formidable. There's the kamikaze. So that's loaded with high explosives. So the guy is going to take that into what he thinks is the most vulnerable point of the carrier, and that's the impact going on there. What on earth must that have felt
I was
like?
down in my cabin putting my flying gear on.
I believe it says that there was 7 killed and 42 wounded. There's a description from one guy from Victorious who's looking across the Formidable saying he couldn't understand how on earth anyone survived that.
A few days after the first attack, Keith's carrier was attacked again.
Later on, we learned to wave a great big red flag off the side of the island to take cover if any engines were running on the flight deck.
Right.
I had my flight at instant readiness. We were all strapped in our cockpits and we started the engine about every half hour to make sure that we got warm engines and they could fly us off at a moment's notice if necessary. When this red flag was waved, so I've switched off, untipped the straps, got out of the Corsair and down about 3 decks before it hit us the second time, and so did everybody else on the flight deck. And although it damaged quite a few of our aircraft,
killed very few.
It killed far fewer people.
Yeah.
Keith was eventually shot down during an attack on a Japanese harbour. But even then, his luck didn't run out.
I ditched somewhere between that island and the mainland there. But we were told that if you don't think you can get back to the fleet, get as far away from the coast as you can. So having ditched in here,
that's not very
I was
far,
paddling as hard as I could to get out in my little dinghy.
Yeah.
And you can imagine when this submarine came in on the surface, steaming straight into the harbour, it didn't occur to me it was an American.
So
I thought it must be a Jap submarine.
The Americans actually came in that close.
They came in that
to come
close.
And get you.
Yeah.
I mean, how good's that?
Yeah, amazing. Absolutely amazing.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Keith was still on board that submarine when the second atomic bomb was dropped on Nagasaki, and the war ended.
So, dare I ask, Keith, that's you, how many of you guys survived that from that photo?
He was killed. He was killed. He was killed. I think it was him, killed by the kamikaze. He was on deck. He was killed on the Tirpitz strike.
Good grief.
Killed. I think that's the lot.
Bloody hell, Keith. That's about 2/3.
That's 16 out of 18.
Yeah.
Were either dead or out of action.
It's horrendous, isn't it?
It staggers me. You had to keep all this suppressed somehow. If you dwelt on it, you got the twitch.
Yeah.
Over 5,000 British servicemen were killed in Asia and the Pacific. Keith was one of the lucky ones.
When the war was all over, I'd been shot down, I'd lived through it, didn't get captured. It suddenly occurred to me, I know where I'm going.
Yeah.
There's no doubt. I know I'm going to get home. And it suddenly became obvious how much I'd had to suppress all those sort of thoughts previously. That the need to, and there was nothing to worry about anymore. It was an odd feeling. Thanks very much for coming.
It's been a pleasure.
And you wanted.
I have to say, Keith, it's been an absolute privilege.
The thing that still irritates me rather, especially when I think of the number of our fellows who did not come back, the thing that hurts most is that we are not known. I don't think we were all that wonderful. We weren't like the Battle of Britain chaps or the D-Day chaps who had to land on the beaches. But nobody ever even heard of us, and we were the only British aircraft flying over mainland Japan, and nobody's ever heard of us.
Back at Biggin Hill, 1 week after the arrival of the engine, installation is well underway, and Peter's checking on progress.
So we put the propeller governor on. This is a pump which varies the pitch of the propeller to maintain the constant speed of rotation of the engine.
very critical item on the aircraft. We've got this side here, we've got the vacuum pump. Now this drives the gyro instruments, or the gyroscopic instruments, all driven by this.
The installation of the engine entails connecting literally dozens of components and systems that serve the engine, monitor the engine, or are powered by it, including the fuel supply, the cooling system, the hydraulics and pneumatics.
On here we've attached the coolant header tank. That is where the coolant goes, just like you put coolant into a car. For the cooling purposes, this aircraft has exactly the same system, where it uses radiators to keep the core of the engine cool. And now we're installing the pipes. These are quite large pipes which allow low pressure but high flow down to the radiators, which we've already got installed, which are under the wings. This item here, this is the compressor. Now, the most important thing that this supplies is the air for the brakes. Other thing it operates is flaps. Here, just below the compressor, we've got the magneto. So the magneto supplies high tension electricity to generate spark for one set of spark plugs on each side of the engine.
And almost all of these components are originals.
When we look in the cockpit, we see the original rudder pedals. The wear on those rudder pedals would have been by George Dunn, that delivered the thing back in the 40s. His feet would have been on those very pedals, the control column, the undercarriage selector, the handle on the throttle. So, yeah, it's very important, very unique.
Satisfied with the progress, Peter takes some photos to show the owners in Greece. There's now just 7 weeks to go until the deadline, and Peter's throwing everyone he can at the job to get it done.
We've got 6 guys working on it, not necessarily all around the aircraft. There's a couple of bits being painted in the paint shop. We've got guys working underneath the aircraft, in the aircraft, beside the aircraft.
After nearly 2 years of work, it's been a huge leap forward for the project. Next comes the propeller, and then they can start her up. It's been 18 months since MJ755 returned to the UK from Greece to be restored to flying condition. A Mark 9 Spitfire that last flew for the Greek Air Force in 1953. We've watched as they reassembled the fuselage, added the tail, the wings, and the engine. They've restored and rebuilt almost 7,000 components. And with just 4 weeks left to go, they're at the snagging stage.
All these parts are handmade, you know, and they're not done to a jig, so they all need final trimming and maybe there's slight angle adjustments, so it all fits nicely. There's quite a lot of bods on it at the moment because we're getting to the sort of like the final stages of getting it sort of finished. You just look at it and you think, oh, there's still so much to do.
Panel specialist Mark is working on the 4 metal cowlings that wrap around the engine, some of which he's having to replace.
Even though this came off the Greek aircraft, we've deemed it not fit for flight. It's too short down here around this area for some reason, but it looks like it's had different rivets in which aren't the right specification rivets. These holes here are all oversized and large. They should be more this size for the fasteners to go in.
He's saving original sections whenever he can.
This will fit to the underside of the Greek aircraft there. We've had to make a new bottom cowl, new intake. This has all been replicated and welded as it would have been done originally with oxyacetylene, and that is the new part grafted to an old original bottom cowl.
80 years ago, in the original Spitfire factories, even in the height of conflict, every finished part was given a stamp of approval.
This is the original top cowling off the Greek aircraft. That is the original inspection stamp. You could trace that right back in the data, who held that stamp and who inspected this panel when it came off the production line.
Meanwhile, Gary is working on a part that is giving the boss a serious last-minute headache. one of the radiator fairings.
The other one we've sorted. We've got the original, it's been overhauled and it fits nicely, so that's completed. This one, today, standing here, we seem to have nothing.
R.J. Mitchell's original design included an ingenious cooling system for the Spitfire's Merlin engine. He moved the radiators out to the wings and covered them with aerodynamically shaped fairings with controllable flaps to regulate airflow to the radiators and the temperature of the coolant circulating back to the engine. As part of the aerodynamic design, they have to fit perfectly. But one of the Greek Spitfire's radiator fairings needs major repairs.
The options are, yes, we do repair the old one, saving only 75% of it. That's going to take us time. We're going to gain a week by using a new one. We're going to lose money, but time is of the essence. But it's a quicker solution and one that we need to take up to get this airplane out the door on time.
Peter's already ordered a new fairing, but there may be a third option, stashed away in his storeroom. Enter here at your peril.
I spent days up here tidying the place up. Look at it. The trouble is, when I tidy it up, it looks bloody worse. I'm going to have to lift this in there out the way.
Cataloguing system, Peter's memory.
There's a whole mass of panels here, which I've had for donkey's years. In fact, that's a bit of the radiator fairing there. That's the actual flap itself. Here is the fairing. Of course, it hasn't been moved out of here in a while. Could be a chance. I can see that it's completely original.
Sounds promising.
There's a left and a right hand to it, and this is the wrong hand.
Back to square one.
I've got to make a decision on this fairing and make it today, really.
He just can't give up on that damaged original.
It's had some temporary repairs here. The airplane was a museum exhibit for some years, in fact decades, so it didn't need airworthy repairs, just cosmetic, which is what's happened here, so we'd have to remove this. So an issue there. I've noticed that there's some very light corrosion on the inside, which is what appears to be dust. It isn't, it's aluminium oxide, so corrosion. That's treatable. Bit of work, but I think we're in good chance of saving this.
Decision made.
Unfortunately, I'd already ordered a new one, so I got 9,000 quid to find, but we'll use that on something else, and the original one will go back on. Perfect.
Peter will always go the extra mile to save an original part. In the cockpit, Tony is putting the final touches to the electrical system.
When people visit a hangar, they say, oh, you are so lucky, you've got a fantastic job. And this is the bit they don't see when you're wedged in some particularly uncomfortable position trying to do up a screw or something else. My job is basically to rewire the entire aeroplane. We're 95% of the way through that now, and in the next day or so I'll have power on the aeroplane.
Franco is left to do all the really fiddly bits. Right now he's making spacers called fair leads for the undercarriage cables.
Right, let's go and see if they fit now. I estimated the gap, and it's not quite enough, and the cables are still touching. So I'm going to have to take them off, make some more, and do it all over again.
The Greek Spitfire's combination of original and replacement parts is almost perfect. But there's one part Peter's been wanting for years.
The Spitfire's British. We want a British propeller on there.
There hasn't been a British-made Spitfire propeller since the 1950s. But here at Hercules Propellers, Rupert Wasey is working very hard to change that. He uses a combination of authentic designs and materials with modern machinery to create propellers from all eras.
Traditionally, propellers were made using hand tools, which is very time-consuming. We use a computer-controlled machine which will mill the propeller from a laminated block of wood, and it's much quicker and much more precise. This is the software which controls the machine, And the tool is this mark here. And this shows the paths the tool is going to make over the block as it machines the wood away to leave an aircraft propeller.
If he doesn't have the blueprints, Rupert can sometimes replicate original propellers from his collection.
This is about the oldest propeller we have, which we've got here for copying, and this is off a Blériot aeroplane from France, made in about 1910.
When Rupert was asked to make an authentic wooden Spitfire propeller, its complexity meant he needed detailed, original drawings to work from. And that's when fate stepped in.
I got a phone call from a company about 10 miles from here, and they were refurbishing their offices and found a whole chest full of original propeller drawings. And they Googled, found me, and I raced over there and found this amazing treasure trove of original Spitfire propeller drawings. This was the original pen and ink drawing on linen paper. It was drawn on the 12th of March, 1942. We've got various dimensions of the blade width and thickness of all the aerofoil shapes along the way. Importantly, it tells us what the material the propeller was made out of. And it tells us the density of the wood, which is very important.
In another stroke of luck, Rupert discovered that the extremely rare material they used still exists today.
This is called hydolignum. It's basically made out of very fine veneers of beech, less than 1 millimeter thick, coated in a phenolic resin and compressed to make a very dense, extremely strong composite. So where we have carbon fibre and fiberglass now, this was the equivalent of the time. So these days, it's used for electrical insulators, and interestingly, it's on the belly pan of most Formula One racing cars. So when they bottom out on the racetrack, it doesn't cause sparks.
The Spitfire's propeller needs this strong material because of the immense forces it generates. 4 separate blades attached to a central hub with variable pitch to increase and decrease thrust. At full power, phenomenal strength is required to simply keep the blades attached. After 4 years' work, this is Rupert's prototype.
If a blade detaches and comes away from the hub in flight, it will be catastrophic. The engine will be so out of balance that it will be shaken out of the airframe and the aircraft will crash.
So Rupert has been stress testing his blades to breaking point.
We calculated that the force throwing the blade away from the hub when it's running at maximum speed is about 30 tons, which is a huge force just for this section of wood to take. But we've carried out extensive tests and actually pulled a mock blade until it broke, and it actually broke at 80 tons, so we know it's more than twice as strong enough.
As the final touch, the composite blades are sealed with a thick coat of impact-absorbing epoxy.
I feel immensely proud of this. It's been a huge project. We've been working for many years to get to this stage, and seeing it all together, being tangible and ready to go is a wonderful moment. I'm really ready now. I want to see it fly, I want to see it run. It's going to be really exciting to see it take off.
At the Spitfire factory, they're about to put the propeller on the Greek Spitfire. The new British propeller isn't certified yet, so they have to use a German-made one. But Franco's still pretty excited.
Very big moment there. That's what makes it go forwards, doesn't it, really? Without the fan on the front, you don't go anywhere, do you?
It's a job they only want to do once.
Once the prop's on, unless we have a problem, we don't like to take it off again. So we just make sure that belt and braces, that everything's done. It's ready to go.
The original hub has been restored, with new blades added.
It's a bit like unwrapping a present, really. The only thing is, it's quite an expensive present. £150,000 there. Now...
First, they need to attach a back plate.
Once you get the back plate on, you can do it, but you can't do it before. Right, up we go.
The hub should now fit directly onto the protruding propeller shaft.
Bit closer.
Push. That's it.
Is that on?
It takes a delicate touch to get it on, and then a bit of brute force to lock it in place.
Am I close?
It's a good day for the boss.
It's another leap forward, and actually convince the owners that we're actually getting somewhere. That's the biggest thing for me.
And for very different reasons, it's also a good day for his eldest son. 2 years ago, Alex Monk decided to follow in his father's footsteps and join the restoration team. But he doesn't just want to build Spitfires. His dream is to fly them. And here at Biggin Hill, he has the chance to follow in the footsteps of the young men who learned to fly them in the heat of war.
Wartime pilots wouldn't have had many hours. The only difference between them and me is that was what they were doing. They would fly a lot, regularly. I don't get to fly that regularly because I'm working on the airplanes.
Most RAF pilots started their training in biplanes like the de Havilland Tiger Moth. Top speed 109 miles an hour and pretty easy to fly. The next step before getting in a Spitfire was one of these, a North American Aviation T6 Harvard, nicknamed the Pilot Maker. And fortunately for Alex, there's one available to use here at the Spitfire factory. With a top speed of over 200 miles an hour, it has many of the features of a Spitfire, including adjustable wing flaps, a variable pitch propeller, and retractable undercarriage.
They call it the Pilot Maker because it's quite a good aircraft, got a lot of tendencies in it. If you can overcome those, it puts you in good stead for flying the next aircraft up from that.
It's just getting used to where the undercarriage is.
That's it, yeah.
And once you suddenly...
Jez Britcher, one of the regular pilots here, has agreed to train Alex.
I think I know where I'm going wrong with this.
With what?
All flying and the Harvard and all the rest of it.
Go on.
I need a bigger watch. Jez has got a bigger watch than me.
You need a bigger watch.
I think I need a bigger watch.
You want a bigger the watch, the better the landing.
He is exactly a trainee pilot of back in the day in the 1940s. He's a young man, he's just turned 21, and he's loving it. He's getting to play with these amazing aeroplanes, and this is his first experience in a big Harvard. So it's a big transition from his Piper Cub to going into a Harvard.
But Alex is not off to a great start.
I was going to go and tell Alex to put his flaps up, he's forgotten, so he started up and left them hanging down at the moment. He's put the flaps down for the walk-around check, and he's forgotten to put them back up again, which is quite normal, and I've done it, we've all done it, and you just feel like a bit of a tit when you realise you haven't done something and everyone's watching you.
One of the toughest challenges for any aircraft is takeoffs and landings, which is what Alex will be focusing on today.
Oh, takeoff's a piece of piss, really. If you just do it right, it's all right. It goes off in a straight line and keep it straight's the main thing.
Come up. Very nice. Positive rate of climb established. Tailback's been squeezed. Gear is going up.
And they're up. Alex is flying the plane, but Jez is keeping his hands and feet firmly on the dual controls.
So you've got the power back to 28, you just brought the prop back to about 2,000. And we're nailing 120. Yeah, very good. Okay, around we go then. To the right, and we head off towards 7/8.
After a couple of circuits, Alex will start practicing landings. He'll need to be fully focused. The Harvard can be extremely dangerous. During the war, around 8,000 RAF pilots and aircrew were killed in training, many while attempting to land. Alex is going to practice a type of landing called a touch and go. He has to learn to take the power off at exactly the right moment, and then pull away.
That's it, just keep her coming down like you are.
Powering off. He's down.
I've got it. Okay, flaps are coming. Okay, so all we go again. Yes.
And
flaps are up. Thank you.
He's up again.
There's a hell of a lot going on there.
I know there is, I know, it's fine. So just that one's just a little bit too much of a flare, wasn't it? It just held it up a little bit high.
And it bounced up.
Yeah. OK, mate, round you go.
Next time round, he'll land it for real. During the Battle of Britain, the demand for pilots got so high that many had just a few hours of training before going solo in the Spitfire.
So get on the centre line. I can confirm your gear is down, you have green lights. You just concentrate on the landing.
Alex will probably need at least 50 before Dad lets him fly one of his Spitfires.
Close the throttle. Hold on. Oh yes, what a beauty. Straight, little show. No, you don't touch anything, just keep it straight.
He's nailed it.
Very nice, Alex, very nice. Well done. Identify the lever with your hand, make sure it is the flaps, not going to pull the gear up.
Yeah.
And then put the flaps up, all right?
Yeah. Right, flaps are travelling.
Very good.
That's it, never again. Never been so scared in all my life. You did a great job.
Oh, thank you for that.
Alex is a step closer to achieving his dream. But now, he needs to get back to work. The deadline for the Greek Spitfire is looming. But today there's a bit of a spanner in the works because they need to get the plane ready to be weighed as part of its safety registration.
We're just putting all the panels on the aeroplane because it's going to be weighed, which is always quite interesting because we have to get the tail up to get it in the flying position.
It's going to be several hours' work for a 20-minute weighing.
We are slaving all the bits and pieces that aren't fitted finally on the aircraft. Although it's also semi-frustrating because it'll all come on and then we've got to take it all off again afterwards.
Franco needs to add some lead weights to the tail of the aircraft to balance the weight of the engine at the front.
Ta-da! No one in there.
Time for a game of Guess the Weight.
I reckon this will weigh about 3,000... 3,500 kilos?
Making it up.
I'm making it up. I don't know. How much do you reckon and get, Alex?
About a quarter under that.
Oh, he wants to go a quarter under me, doesn't he?
I'm going a quarter under just because we ain't got wingtips. We'll just go with that, yeah.
So that's solid lead, that is. It's heavy. You don't want to drop it on your foot.
The important parameter for a Spitfire is not its overall weight, but the balance. The centre of gravity needs to be close to frame 5, where the engine, fuselage and wings meet. And it can't move more than a few centimetres as the fuel or ammunition load lightens during flight.
I was looking for the weighing guy. Oh, they're bringing the kit in. Tom, hi Tom, it's Franco, the chief engineer. The guys have just got a couple more panels to go on, and then we'll just have a sweep of the floor, and then we'll get it all ready for you to start weighing.
To get accurate readings, everything has to be just as it would be during a flight.
He's putting the door on. Nice one.
They're almost ready.
With vintage aircraft, especially when they've been built, they can be quite out if they've had extra fuel tanks and such put in them. With this one, I'm not expecting anything too outrageous.
First, it's weighed with all 3 wheels on the ground.
Are we on them? OK. Right.
I got 2626, and the back should be 38 something, I think. Now he's weighed it as a 3 point. We're now going to lift the tail up, position the scales on the tail wheel, and put it down whilst it's in the flying position. Go!
The overall weight shouldn't change, but the amount of weight on each wheel will.
Go on in! Ready?
They're lifting about 150 kilos right now.
Keep going. Almost there.
No hurry, Tom.
Over on our height.
Down to that. Down to that. There we go.
That was effing heavy, that was. I think that was about 3 tons too heavy. That means now he can do another calculation of all the weight. add them all together to get the actual total weight of the aircraft. What was that? 5, 6, 10. Divide that by 2.2. Is that all it is? 2,550 kilos?
What did I say?
I don't know. What did you say?
2.5.
Did you? So you're the nearest. Right,
Yeah.
you make the tea.
Oh, George.
Now he's just dropping plumb bobs. And then you'll see that he'll be doing chalk lines across the floor to work out the centre of gravity.
Tom uses the plumb lines to calculate the exact dimensions of the plane.
So the aircraft weighs 5,610 pounds, which is pretty much what we expected. And the centre of gravity ever so slightly further forward than I'd expect. So it might mean you have to put some ballast in the back just to bring that back.
Now it's time to undo all the morning's hard work. It might feel like a day's work lost, but they're a big rubber stamp closer to getting her ready to fly. Meanwhile, team historian Robin is heading off to visit the last British pilot to fly her, 97-year-old George Dunn.
Once these gentlemen have gone, if their memories are not recorded, then it is lost forever.
Before he flew Spitfires, George was a bomber pilot.
Now, George, who are these guys?
That was my crew.
Your crew?
They're all dead now, apart from...
Are they really?
Yeah.
You had a good crew there, you really did.
Yeah.
Of the dozens of operations that George flew, one of the most important and dangerous came on the 17th of August 1943.
We were told that it was a secret research station, radar connected, and was a very important target from the country's point of view.
The target was a military research facility where V-1 flying bombs and V-2 rockets were being developed, deep inside Germany on the Baltic coast at Peenemünde.
The V-2 fell without warning. It had a speed of 3,300 miles per hour, and it could not be intercepted by fighter aircraft or brought down by anti-aircraft artillery.
We were told in the briefing that if we didn't do the job that night, we'd go back the following night and the night after and the night after until it was.
George's Halifax was one of 596 bombers that took part that night. He was fortunate to be one of the first to fly, with the element of surprise.
They decided that the raid was going to be carried out in 3 waves.
Right.
We were originally going to go in the last wave, the 3rd wave.
Right.
But they moved us from the 3rd wave to the 1st.
Right.
Now, of course, as you know, all the losses were from halfway through.
Yeah.
So we had a fairly easy run. We had a bit of flak,
Yeah.
but no fighters or anything.
No, nothing like that.
So we got able to bomb and get away and get back on our return, whereas the people in this halfway through the 2nd and the 3rd waves really copped it. So again, a bit of luck.
This is where luck came into it, absolutely.
If we'd have been in the 3rd wave,
yes, you probably...
I might not have been talking to you now.
George still has his logbook from that day.
The following day, they did a Spitfire recce.
Reconnaissance, yeah.
And saw the photographs that came back and decided that it had been a success.
It's thought the bombing raids put back the V-2 rocket program by a vital 2 months. After the war, George was posted to Egypt for a very different assignment.
Suddenly found myself sent to 132 maintenance unit at Ismailia.
Right.
And reported to the flight officer, chap. I said, I've finished up here. I don't know what I'm doing here. I said, what do you do? He said, oh, we fly Spitfires here, mainly for a lot of them going for sale to Greek Air Force. So I said, well, I haven't flown a single-engine aircraft since my Tiger Moth days.
Yeah.
Oh, he said, you'll be all right. He chucked me a set of pilot's notes.
Yeah.
He said, have a read of that and you'll be OK.
As easy as that. As easy as that, honestly. So how many did you actually ferry in all?
I did 2 trips.
Right.
We flew 10 at a time, refuelled at Nicosia in Cyprus. Lancaster did the navigation.
Right, yes.
And then we all came back.
Yeah.
In the Lancaster.
In the Lancaster, yeah. You certainly had quite a war, George. You really did. Quite a war. And you survived. That was the main thing.
We were lucky, weren't we? You know.
Yes, yes.
Robin leaves George with an invitation to come and see his Greek Spitfire again when it's ready to fly.
Bye-bye, my friend.
Back at the hangar, a dry December day is an opportunity for a big leap forward.
Hopefully we can get the aircraft to a state where we can run it. The engine's already been checked. We've got to check the function of the propeller and make sure that it's harmonised with the engine. And we've got the pipe work to look at. There's lots of joints, lots of connections, and we need to make sure that none of those leak.
But they've been having some problems with the fuel tanks.
The fuel cock leak on the bottom tank. Hey-ho, never mind.
Finally, they get the main fuel tanks installed.
Daylight is an issue for us today. We've got about an hour and a half before it gets dark. This is a frustrating time. I don't want to have to go back to the owners and say that things are taking longer than they should do and ask for more money, because that's not how we work. We never have. So each day that it goes on now, it becomes a little bit more of a worry and a few less minutes sleep at night. So yeah, we need to get it done.
The ailerons are going on, but the light is fading fast.
If we're not outside in probably 20 minutes, we'll bin it, because we won't have sufficient daylight, and we want to be able to see that we've got leaks. We don't want to be running it under artificial light. There's no point.
Time has run out.
It's a downer for me, and I can't put pressure on the guys. I daren't, because it's not the right thing to do. So we still need the job done properly. So it is what it is.
Get there eventually. Well, we do what we do.
We failed today. The boss hasn't failed. We failed the boss. I feel very gutted.
But it's not all bad news, because Peter's Christmas present to himself has arrived.
Oh, it's a brilliant day. Apart from being in the middle of winter and freezing cold, there's something just to cheer us all up. We've got another Spitfire arrived, another 2-seater, so that gives us quite a number actually in the hangar. Exciting moment, very exciting moment.
Quite a big dent in the bank balance, though.
Sometimes it's excitement, and sometimes it's waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning thinking, what the bloody hell am I doing? Ah, more bits. Oh, we'll just keep going, shall we?
It's a 1945 Mark 9 2-seater, complete with ready-to-fly Merlin engine.
The engines that are overhauled in England are generally black, so to see one grey, yeah, it looks quite different.
Shiny and beautiful, but handled with care.
No, down. We're not going to drag the engine because it's too close to the side. Look, if that touches the side once, that could just destroy that. Keep coming. He's not going to do anything. He's going to go straight out and put it down. We'll do it. That's it. That's fine. We're going to put it over there beside that wing.
Now for the fuselage. Oh, the joy of unwrapping a new toy.
Fantastic, another aeroplane to put together.
Are we in? That'll do then.
Peter's a happy man.
Oh, looks to a good standard. But this makes me laugh. Somebody's actually written on here what it is. I don't know why.
There's just one small problem. He hasn't told the wife.
There might be 1 or 2 discussions with Linda later as to how much it costs and so on, but we'll worry about that bit later.
Uh-oh, look who's here.
Do it.
walk right by it.
No.
Yeah.
It's another one.
Time for the 3rd degree.
When did it fly last?
Oh, a few years ago, 10 years.
10 years ago?
Yeah.
So how long do you think this is going to take before it's up and running?
I'm allowing 6 months. It won't take 6 months, but I'm allowing 6 months.
Fly next season then?
Oh, yeah.
It's not really what Linda wants for Christmas.
I'd like a new kitchen, but Pete's quite happy to keep the old kitchen another 20 years. OK, so when was it built? And then when was it...
Early 1945, but it did take part in the Battle of Britain film.
Peter seems to be winning.
So you've got to give and take, haven't you? And Pete will give him the kitchen.
Maybe not.
Now that it's here, that subject will come up over dinner tonight. Is, all right, how much did it cost? When only 2 days ago I suggested that a figure that we could spend on the kitchen, which is 15 years old at home. So, and the doors are starting to fall off. But anyway, who's worried about doors falling off the kitchen units when you can have a Spitfire?
You can never have too many Spitfires. After days of setbacks and snagging, the Greek Spitfire restoration team has one last chance of getting her running before Christmas.
Today is hopefully engine running day. We said this last Friday or Thursday?
Last Wednesday.
Since then, they've had to completely take apart the fuel tank, reseal it, and put it back together.
Fingers crossed, no fuel leaks, and then we'll tie it down and do some runs.
It's nice to get it done now, a couple of days before Christmas, so we can all break away, go home and enjoy a bit of turkey.
Got to do it today, otherwise we look like a bunch of idiots.
With the light starting to fade, they're ready to push her out and fuel her up.
80 litres, Ray. Yeah.
The tail is secured to the tarmac and the fuel system checked for leaks.
No leaks. Guys are just going to get some precautionary fire extinguishers and yeah, we're ready to give it a go.
As a qualified pilot, Peter's doing the honours in the cockpit, but the temperature is plummeting.
Could have put the cover on underneath here, bloody draft's going to come right up my trouser leg round my nuts.
It's now or never.
It's a bit slow. Is this 382's battery by any chance? What we always do is just run it just for a few seconds, and we need to check to make sure that we've got no airlocks in the coolant system.
The coolant is topped up, and they're ready for a second go.
Clear.
Bugger. I'm struggling at the minute to keep the engine running. It's quite likely that the idling system is running a bit lean.
It's not getting enough fuel to air ratio, which we call lean mixture. So Frank's richening that up with the mixture screw, so we'll give it another bash now.
Have you done it? Okay. Clear.
Clear.
That's more like it. The engineers crawl underneath to check for leaks.
Right, I'm happy with that for a first run.
Job done, and a big sigh of relief all round.
That's satisfying. It does what it's supposed to.
Got to another milestone, so then we can move on. Alex is being silly as normal, but you can't get around that.
It's the perfect Christmas present for everyone on the team. But come New Year, will she fly?
No, do you? Stop there.
It's the big day, and the engineers are polishing up Spitfire MJ755.
Well, if you go into a Ferrari dealership, they put a
That's out for you and it's all polished, so why shouldn't you do the same for a Spitfire?
Here we are, just going around getting all the grubby engineers' hands off of it, finger marks.
Alex is getting a bit emotional.
It's a pinnacle of the last sort of year and a half of my life, I guess. It's all accumulated into this here, so it'd be nice that it works.
I like that F&H.
Yep.
Makes it more unique.
It does.
Adding a little extra pressure, the money men have flown in from Greece.
It's the most original Spitfire that we've ever had in the hangar. And it's the only, probably one of the most original we'll ever have. They haven't seen it, I think, for nearly a year. And the last time they came through, it was just in bits all over the floor.
Product ban?
Yeah, no, we need to fly some hours on it.
How many hours?
20.
20 hours.
If we can. We need your permission. It's your aeroplane.
Yeah, okay.
We can't just fly the aeroplane.
No, you can't fly.
No. We've done as much as we can to make sure that we've mitigated all the possible risks, and it's ready to go, but yeah, slightly nervous.
George Dunn has arrived.
And I understand you're flying it.
It's very rare that you get to rebuild an airplane and actually still meet the pilot of that aircraft.
Alex,
how you doing?
You've done a jolly good job, I believe.
The Greeks are keen to meet George.
He knows the way, and perhaps he should fly it to Greece again.
Yes, of course.
Next, veteran pilot meets modern-day Spitfire pilot.
Hello
See
there,
you.
Pete.
Hello there, hi.
You're going to take it back to Greece, are you?
This is the plan, yeah. Yeah, setting off in 10 minutes.
It's a tremendous responsibility for me to be standing out there watching this thing take off.
It's a perfect January day for flying.
George, did you want to go up in the air van?
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
You want to do that?
Yeah.
Big day, very big day.
Finally, she gets airborne again. Could be great to see it. Can't wait.
It's a group effort.
It's a joint effort.
It's a group effort.
It's a group effort.
Peter Kinsey is an experienced test pilot. But flying a newly restored veteran aircraft for the first time is not for the faint-hearted. Alex is on ground crew duty today. There seems to be a problem. Fortunately, just a seatbelt issue.
MJ 755, take 2.
Chocks away. George is already in position at 2,000 feet as MJ 755 starts her run. About 7,000 parts, most of them 75-year-old originals, hundreds of them safety critical, restored, rebuilt with no room for error. Everything is at stake right here, right now.
There he goes. He's airborne. Just waiting for the undercarriage to go up now. There you go, the undercarriage is up. That's quite something, isn't it?
Tension gives way to relief.
Looking back over how it's got from the back of the container in bits, dusty, dirty bits, and there it is. It's now flying on a beautiful day. Blue skies, And Pete's still up there, so he's obviously happy with it and enjoying it. And why not? I wish it was me, actually, right now.
I think that might be flying for the uneducated here. I think that's flying.
What do you reckon, that? Flying? Yeah, flying.
It's a deeply emotional moment for everyone involved.
So it's a special aeroplane, that one.
But especially for a proud dad whose son is following in his footsteps.
I remember Alex at 2 years old running around the fuselage of the Kent Spitfire before it was completed, running around with bits in his hand, not knowing what he got in his hand and the significance of those parts. It is a way of life for me. There's no doubt about it. I can't see that I'll ever retire. If I did, I wouldn't know what to do. Here we are, first flight of the Greek Spitfire. The guy that originally delivered it in '47. That's 73 years ago.
I sat there thinking, years ago, I was in the same seat as him.
Welcome back, George. How was that?
That was a lovely flight.
Was it? Good.
See that Jack? He was so close to us.
There you go, there you go. Fantastic. Look at that.
They've done it. A perfect flight and a perfect bit of parking.
Pretty good.
Come to see you.
Fantastic.
Here he is.
Character building.
Yeah, it goes well.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Everything all right?
Yeah, pretty much. Happy? Yeah, very happy. Yes. Yeah, very happy. Okay, good.
The Greeks are keen for a full report.
It flies beautifully. It's a really nice aeroplane. Nice engine, nice and smooth, propeller smooth. So on a day like today, when the air is smooth as well, it's just perfect.
A few nervous moments there, but all went well. And it's all wrapped up today. Aeroplane flew, pilot was happy, the Greek representatives were very happy. And we're just about to put it away, put it to bed. It's been a super day, really has.
It's a lovely thing to see, after you've done all this work. I do get emotional because I've seen, you go through it so many times where you restore an aeroplane and see it fly for the first time, and then we just move on to the next one.
We've started the next one already, so the factory never stops.
We've got to keep these things in the air, so there's, I've got to keep going for a while longer yet.
Bye, George. Take care, George. Bye, George. See you soon.